I think I have it open.
Okay, let's get started. Welcome back. I actually don't have any announcements, so I'm just going to hand it over to the first authors. So, Dimitri Papanikolaou is going to talk about technology and the labor market. Take it away.
So, yeah, okay, thanks, great. This is joint work with Huben, who's sitting right there, and Larry, and Brian, who couldn't make it today. So the question we're trying to ask in this paper is, what's the impact of technology improvements on labor demand? And this is an age-old question, and everyone is getting always anxious all the time whenever there's a big improvement. And that's actually a complicated question to answer, because new technologies can act either as a complement or a substitute for labor in narrowly defined tasks. Yet at the same time, even if the technology is substitute for labor in specific tasks, it can actually increase the labor demand for the occupation, either because they allow workers to reallocate their effort to other tasks, or because they raise the overall demand at, say, the industry level. And what we're going to try to do is to try to disentangle these forces in the data. Now, let's be very clear. I said this is the question we're going to be interested in. That's not the question we're going to be answering. That's a really hard question. Instead, we're going to answer the easier question of what's the impact of technologies on relative labor demand across different occupations. Okay, so everything we're going to do, there's going to be a missing intercept. So I'm not going to say anything about whether we're all going to be out of a job. At the very least, we can talk about, in relative terms, who are going to be the winners and losers in terms of jobs, not people. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use theoretically grounded measures of technology exposure at the occupation and decade level. And what we're going to do is we're going to first write down a model where there's a rich set of forces in interplay. And the model is going to tell us that if I'm focusing at the within industry demand for a specific occupation, there are two sufficient statistics that matter. The first is the occupation's mean task exposure to technology. So on average, what is the exposure of my tasks to technology? Like what can capital do that can substitute across all the things that I'm doing? But that's only the one of the two. A second force, it's going to be the extent to which this substitution of technology to task is concentrated to as few tasks that I'm doing, or is it uniform across the board? So for example, if I had an AI assistant who would automatically file my reimbursement receipts, that would free up time for me to spend more time on teaching. Okay. So our main finding has been that over the last century or so, technology has increased relative demand for occupations that tended to employ more educated workers, that tended to employ more women, and paid higher wages. Okay, so in that sense, technology has been skill biased over the last 100 years or so. Now, in the last part of the paper, we're going to speculate widely about the impact of AI on relative labor demand. And our point estimates suggest, again, there's a huge confidence interval here, that AI is going to largely reverse those trends. So it's going to favor jobs that employ more men, employ more blue-collar workers, and employ workers with lower levels of relative education. Okay, so the model is pretty complicated, so I'm just going to give you a brief bird's eye view. So it's a model where there are different CES nests, and I expect you to remember all those Greek letters up there. there's basically a top nest that aggregates industries to aggregate output. Occupations get aggregated at the industry level. Tasks get aggregated to the occupation. And at the very bottom layer, a task can be done both by labor and capital if these are imperfect substitutes. So a key parameter right there is nu, which is the elasticity of substitution between capital and labor at the task level. So in some sense, this is a model that takes the task-based framework of a semi-glue restrepo and just adds more layers so we can take it to the data. So we can talk about industries, workers, occupations, et cetera. Now, what's going to be technological progress in this model is going to take two forms. The main one we're going to be focusing on is going to be capital deepening, declines in the quality-adjusted price of capital. Now, remember here, capital is going to be specific to a task. So what we're going to do is to allow the capital that is specific to tasks, the price to fall differentially across tasks. So those epsilons right there, that's going to be the measure of technology improvement. So if I have a software algorithm that does reimbursements for me, if it gets better, cheaper in quality adjusted terms, that's going to be manifesting as a large epsilon that is specific to that task. In addition, we're going to allow for improvements at the industry level through the arrival of new products. Okay, so that's going to be a standard term that's going to look a lot like a neutral TFP shock. Okay, now on labor supply, there's two dimensions. There's within job labor supply. So I'm going to have 24 hours in my day that can allocate to different tasks. There's going to be decreasing returns to scale on each task, and that's going to be key for things that we're going to be measuring in a bit, okay? So I cannot just devote all my time in writing papers. I would love to, but I can't. And there's also going to be an across-job labor supply decision, and then we're going to take something off-the-shelf standard, and basically there's going to be a wage index at the occupation level, and there's going to be upward-sloping labor supply. And you can microfound this with different tricks that involve Fréchet distributions, et cetera. That's pretty nerdy, and we're going to skip that. Okay, so here's what the model says. The model says that if I look at the labor demand for a particular job, and here a job is a combination of occupation and industry, it depends on a few things. So the first thing that it depends on is the average exposure of an occupation's task to technology. So remember, those epsilons are the shocks. J is a set of tasks that I do. So a sufficient statistic is, on average, the tasks that I'm doing, how much are they exposed to technology? And the coefficient there, that little eta, is basically a function of, it's a racehorse between the elasticity of substitution between capital and labor, nu, and the elasticity of substitution across different occupations. That last term is a Baumol effect. Okay, so you can think as the occupation output gets cheaper, whether demand for that occupation's output goes up or down. And that's a racehorse between that and the elasticity of substitution between capital and labor. So these two things matter. Now, if you think of it for labor-saving technology, nu should be a number that's much bigger than 1. Chi, I have no idea what it is. 1 is probably not a terrible assumption. Okay, there's, however, a second term. And that second term, think of it as a second-order correction, takes into account the fact that if the improvements in technology are uneven, workers can reallocate effort to less affected tasks. And it turns out that that term is positive, and the magnitude depends on beta, which is basically the decreasing returns to scale at the task level. So if beta is a small number, it's much easier to reallocate time across tasks. If beta is 1, then there's basically, I can't. And then in addition, there's some other term, which is a complicated function of the cross-task elasticity, which is technology improvements in task I, how much do they affect the prices of other tasks relative to that task? Okay, we don't need to get too much into the magnitudes, but notice that that term is squared, so the sign is always positive. Okay, so that second term can create an offsetting demand on labor demand. And in fact, there are parameter values that the second term can actually dominate. So here's an extreme example. 2 tasks. I fix the average technology shock the same, and then the only thing I'm choosing is how the technology is distributed between the different tasks. So if all the improvements happen in one task, see the green line, I can reallocate hours away from the affected task, reimbursements, towards the less affected task, research or teaching, and it can actually increase labor demand for the job, even though I am exposed to technology. So the punchline from this is that you're hearing all these things in the news about 80% of the occupations are going to be exposed to AI going forward. Okay, that may be true. That does not necessarily translate into declines in labor demand. Okay, and this is without talking at all about any spillovers at the industry. There's additional terms here, and this is this term that is a combination of two things. So on the one hand, technology can create new products. That's going to increase labor demand across the board. And there's an additional term where technology can basically lower the cost of production. And that second term is, again, a racehorse between two bimodal cost effects, which is the occupation output getting cheaper versus the industry output getting cheaper. How does this impact for the overall labor demand for that industry? Depends on the sign between these two forces. And there's a last term, which captures aggregate spillovers, which is really hard to deal with, so we're going to ignore it. Missing intercept problem. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to, with a lot of assumptions, try to create empirical analogs of these objects in the data. So there's a lot of details in the data construction. We're going to use LLMs. We're going to use data on patents. We're going to use data on task descriptions. And we're going to start by estimating the distance in a textual sense between a patent and a task at a decade level. And then we're going to use those similarities, again, with a lot of assumptions, and create an equivalent of these average exposure and concentration of exposure in the data. And we're also going to try to measure the degree of technology spillovers by looking at the degree of patenting in an industry relative to the past. And we're also going to be trying to create a shift share IV. And I don't want to get too much into the details right here, but what we're going to be exploiting is the arrival of breakthrough technologies in upstream technology classes that tend to percolate in downstream technology classes that tend to be more labor saving for a particular task. Okay. I don't have a lot of time, but these are just examples of what are some of the main technologies that we're able to identify. This is with the help of clustering methods and LLM. And what here you're going to see is that which technologies matter most for exposure, for worker exposure, that's the blue part, is different than how frequent they are in terms of patenting, but also they vary by decade. I hope you can read that. I don't know. I actually have a hard time reading it from here, so maybe I'll skip that. The second fact that you might want to notice is that if I look at how technology affects the tasks that different workers perform, for the vast majority of the sample, you see that manual tasks tend to be, on average, more exposed to technology. However, that trend has started to change since the ICT. Okay, so we see cognitive tasks being increasingly more exposed. Okay, so after a lot of data work, here's the main regression in the paper. We create estimates of employment in a particular job, in a particular industry, in a particular decade. And we run regressions of that on our exposure measures. The OLS, I'm just showing you the IV estimates right here using my shift share. And then what you're seeing here is that if I look at the mean exposure of occupations to labor demand, there's a negative effect on employment going forward. That effect is pretty slow moving. So if here I stopped at 20 years, but the magnitudes increase down the line, but of course you quickly run out of periods. More interestingly, the second row shows you that the degree of concentration in task exposure actually has an offsetting effect. Okay, so it's not enough for me to know what is the average exposure for an occupation. I also need to know whether that occupation's that exposure is concentrated in specific tasks or is it uniform across the board. And then there's the last term which captures industry spillovers. So industries that see a lot of patenting, they also experience an increase in labor demand for that across the board. Okay, so I showed you a model where are these high three forces that interact in how technology shapes labor demand. And we found some supporting evidence in the data. What we're going to do next is twofold. I'm going to try to aggregate these and see what was the impact of technology during this 100-year period. And then I'm going to speculate wildly about AI. So here's the realized employment growth for occupations sorted on occupational attainment. That's what happened in the data. This is the amount that's implied by our estimates. This is the degree of polarization. Orange lines is what's the actual happening in the data. The blue line is what our estimates imply. This is changes in employment on occupations sorted by share of female workers, data, empirical estimates. Okay, so everybody wants to know about AI. So here's the most speculative part of the paper. We're going to have to make a ton of assumptions. So I'm going to assume that AI can substitute for tasks that are cognitive and require less than 5 years of experience. It's very convenient for me. And I have to make assumptions for the fall in the relative price. I'm going to assume that the price of AI is going to fall by the same amount that the price of computers fell during that period. We're going to talk about how much can AI boost labor demand. And I'm going to assume that AI is going to create new products. I'm going to look at new AI patents. I'm going to use estimates of patent to product elasticities from the literature. And I'm going to have to take a stance of what's the elasticity of substitution between AI and labor. So I'm going to have this highly well-estimated parameter that's implied by my estimates in the past. So it's going to be 4.63. And of course, there are no G effects here. So this is all about relative labor demand. Okay, so blue is what happened in the past, according to our estimates. This is what we think AI is going to do going forward. Okay? So that's educational attainment. So it's going to boost demand for workers with lower levels of education. Here's polarization. Here's what we think it's going to do. So notice that the occupation that's most adversely affected is likely to be clerical and admin workers. And last but not least, it's basically going to reverse some of these gains. Just to get a sense of magnitudes, these are annualized growth rates. And I have 10 seconds to finish, so that's it. The point of the paper is that just because an occupation is exposed to technology does not need to imply a decline in labor demand. And we think that technology played a role in relative labor demand over the last century, and possibly AI will too. Thank you.
And our first discussant is William Kerr.
Great, thank you everybody for having me down for this. I feel like I got the buy one, get one free, or buy one, get like two free in terms of paper discussions, because this is like a beast of a paper. It's very potent. I don't know how with 15 minutes you even began to kind of unpack it, but there's a lot in it, ranging from a theoretical model to the empirical side, quantitative, and what I'm going to pick on a little bit later. Didn't even mention the large-scale data work that went into constructing this stuff. And ultimately the near-term application. So very important piece of work, and I learned a lot from it, and I hope that everyone takes a chance to dive into it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to spend just a few minutes on kind of what I think is like my dutiful notes, a few kind of questions I want to leave with the paper, and then I want to spend more time thinking about where I'm kind of currently sitting in terms of thinking about tasks and occupations that goes beyond just the scope of this piece of work itself. So one thing that was not mentioned is that this is probably maybe the most innovative part of this paper is the very frontier work that's done with large language models. To go through the 1800s and 1900s, developing what different occupations would have been doing decade by decade, looking at patterns, mapping that into tasks, then using NLP techniques to talk about when a task and a pattern is overlapping with the other piece. And these authors are actually among the world's experts in kind of pulling this off. I am going to say I leave the paper a little bit wanting to hear more about how I can validate or think through these metrics. I would not bet my daughter's like college tuition that there's not something underneath these things that would maybe be a worrisome piece where you're using different forms of LLM techniques to kind of bring things together and then relate them to each other. And so whether you're running adversarial models or using economic historians, I would love to just kind of stress test a little bit more, especially as I think a lot of people may want to pick up and utilize these measures in further research. On the empirical side, there's I think the benefit of this paper is it's very tightly connected to the theory model, and the equations kind of fall out of that. I have maybe one high-level concern on some of the metrics. We didn't go through their construction live here, but there's a fair degree of correlation, decade by decade, in some of these measures. And likewise, the concentration measure and the overall exposure measure are related to each other. And so if we could do a little bit more to unpack some of those functional forms, I think that would be helpful because they're tending to point in the opposite directions from each other. They're stronger when they're in the presence of each other, and so I want to pack that out. And the last kind of piece, just as kind of a broad thing, is I'd love, and I know the data starts to become an extra layer in kind of this building process, but thinking about the diffusion process, we go from patents into job applications or job counts, and what would be differences across time or industry or so forth as to how that diffusion process may play out. There's a couple do have comments. What I'd really like to do, though, is kind of at a higher level, and I'm going to use a lot of pictures here, try to think about where I see the task model in occupations working, and then also what are some things that I would love at future points for us to all be considering in this process. So the first I want to recognize is I think, and it's not surprising given a lot of smart people are using this framework, but tasks actually can work out pretty well for thinking about how automation rolls out into workplaces. Sometimes it's really easy, like the picture of the humanoids on the left-hand side where they're doing one thing going back and forth. But the one that I find even more interesting is the ones on the right-hand side. That comes from a restaurant kernel that's rolling out across New York City. The idea behind this restaurant is going to have a very minimal human input relative to the machinery that's placed around it. And the founder's been going through and thoughtfully thinking about what are all the tasks that are related to food preparation, but also in terms of giving customers their orders, taking payments, and what can we do to automate or kind of remove from the human input all of these different pieces, and thereby concentrate the remaining work that the people in the restaurant are doing. I think this captures that kind of concept quite well. It's how a lot of entrepreneurs are approaching this related work. Now, there is the question then of and a benefit of this paper is that it actually takes what would otherwise be a random set of, we have a certain number of task A, a certain number of task B, and task C that are in the economy. How do we think about automating those? And it helps us ground this in the work of occupations and also, I'm sure straightforward to kind of pull off, the work of firms and ways to we can take this to the microdata. But we then have to make sure that we think the occupation definitions are capturing the level that we would like to have them to be. And overall, I'm going to say that I think it works pretty well, but it also starts to maybe uncover a first dimension of technology change that would be important for occupations, but we're not capturing. So let's start with retail sales clerks, which is one of the definitions. I think this is the perfect kind of definition. It captures the reallocation that workers can do. We don't have some cataclysmic blockbuster, goes belly up kind of event here, because the people in that sector would have been able, through their skill sets and the labor markets, to find other lines of work pretty well. So that's why I kind of find that would map in well here. One that I have just a question about is the occupation minor. And I'm going to there can be multiple forms of minor, but one potentially relevant and one that we've spent a lot of time talking about is coal miners. And so let me just refine this to coal miners. I can imagine this model doing really well, or this framework doing well, at looking at the tasks that a coal miner does in his or her work every day, what's making that more or less productive. But a lot of this occupation's fate is going to sit in the technology improvements that happen in other sectors. You have to think about that you're going to have some kind of industry alignment or cross-connection in order to capture that changes in solar energy will significantly potentially impact what's the future of the coal miner in this space. So that's one that's recognize that once we go beyond the immediate work that Bill Kerr is doing in his job into thinking about the relative demand in other sectors that would impact me directly, we need to consider these things. Now, I want to next pick up on the concentration side. And I like the concentration element a lot, but I want to add in a few other forms of concentration that we might see related to technology, and maybe we can find ways in future work to think about them as well. So the first is, and I often tell exec ed audiences, this is like my favorite technology graph. Like in a world where you have generative AI doing all kinds of crazy stuff, this brings us back home and talks about like significant labor-saving opportunities within an industry. So the little box you see on the inset is an MRI machine, very expensive piece of capital equipment. Where you see that black box right in the keyboard, used to be kind of like a joystick. You know, you kind of push it forward and back as the patient goes into the facility and out. Now, what the company, the startup did was it thought specifically about the tasks that were involved in this, and it said, guess what? We can make a black box that we're going to put where that joystick used to be. We'll put in some data feeds and some cameras, and next thing you know, this lady, who's pictured in the bigger picture, is running that machine remotely. And she could be 5 miles away, she can be 5,000 miles away. It doesn't really matter, except, of course, it would matter for wage rates and a whole bunch of other stuff, but it doesn't really matter in terms of the operation of the machine. What's even more significant, though, is why do this? There was a lot of downtime in how that machine functioned, what the person was doing at the task. And so if you look closely, it's hard to see, but if you look closely at her monitor, she's running 4 of these machines at the same time because she can toggle back and forth between the various patients and get rid of, through a new form of concentration, some of that sort of wasted time, less productive time that was happening before. And so there's some ways that this technology is going to reshape distances. And when you look at telemedicine and a bunch of other sort of related tasks, I think you're going to see ever more of this kind of rolling out and building from here. A couple of other kind of few pieces. You think about the incentives of entrepreneurs and businesses to close the loop. I think that's also something that once we start having measures of concentration, we start to say, well, what can we do for this next step? If you show a room full of leaders this set of slides that come from the warehouse, and you ask them what happens next, they're going to start pointing to the person who's in the bottom right-hand corner and saying, we're probably going to try to find some way to think about what that person's work can be done also through automation. Because once you can close the loop, then you could do different things like move the facility to different locations or have different configurations and so forth. And so this strategic incentive is a very important part of how to build that out. And I think the model's starting to make some headway towards what level of concentration would be good and at what point maybe it can tip over and say this is the final piece. And last, and this is at some level the most speculative, but I think it's also a place where empiricists can do a lot with this. We've seen occupational titles be used in innovative ways in times past. Jeff Lynn has some great work where he looks at, what's the role of diversity in cities for coming up with new ideas by looking at where do new occupation titles get born. And I think if I think about this piece, you could say that could be some, take the concentration, which I believe, take that seriously. What is going to be the reconfiguration of occupations around that technology landscape? And is there ways that we could learn in the data about this? So some of you may have read the book Prediction Machines by Josh and Ajay and Avi up in Toronto. It talks about the school bus driver. And it kind of raises this task-based view of the world that says, in a world of self-driving cars, it's not that you're going to want to get rid of the school bus driver, as it stands, because you need someone to protect the kids from outsiders or to protect the kids from each other or other kinds. So you're going to have somebody still on the proverbial bus. I won't get into all the other things you could do on the school bus, like we're just going to protect the kids. But you're not going to have that person just sit there. So you're going to have the person start doing something else. And it could be something like teaching or something like that, so maybe it folds. I look at the world of dental hygienists, and I wonder whether what we're seeing is the emergence of new occupations around various reconfigurations of technology to take advantage of that concentration. And I think you actually have all the data of the changes of these things over time to perhaps bring some of these to the forefront. Now, let me just say a couple words on the labor impacts. There's some great work that was done in Sweden. We're trying to extend this to the United States in various ways. There is a labor market impact for being in a declining occupation, which is part of what this paper is grabbing here. It's helpful in this kind of setting to just put the numbers on the table. So across the 86 to 2013 period, if you were in an occupation that's going to decline by 25% in Sweden, you had about 5% lower earnings over that subsequent era. And that's obviously trying to condition everything under the sun and make this as rigorous as possible. So it's something that it's not cataclysmic to a person's life, but it's also a measurable measurable, important thing that would be significant to bear out. And a lot of us are trying to work on other ways to extend this and look at intergenerational shifts. So in my final minute or so, I want to go also to the AI, and I want to wildly speculate about the AI, but I'm going to try to do it in the exact opposite direction of the authors. And I want to go back to like the one difference that I would bring into that question about who's going to be impacted from AI. This was from Michael Webb's job market paper 5-7 years ago, which was one of the first papers that mapped patent tasks to occupations. And so you have, higher wage workers on the right-hand side, lower wage workers on the left-hand side, and he was labeling 3 technological waves that went through and where they were having their greatest impact in terms of the task distribution. And so robots was kind of first to the scene, did a lot of stuff in agricultural, mechanical, and manufacturing and so forth. Computers was in the second part with the polarization, and AI was in the third. If you just look at the AI part of this, I'm actually kind of fully on board with your direction of this is going to be, mostly impacting higher wage occupations and more educated roles. I think, though, a lot of the action right now seems to be the effort to combine AI with robotics. And once you do that and you look across this distribution, it becomes very hard for me to pin down where exactly this is going to be impacting the work. And at one level, just to kind of map a very simple view of how the technology landscape may have been evolving, you can go back and say some of our very first efforts were in routine manual work, a la the agriculture and manufacturing. We then went through the era of the computer and routine cognitive work. We've been up in the era where we're starting to learn all the impacts that come from non-routine cognitive work. But once you combine robotics with the AI, you get into non-routine manual work. And that, I think, reopens up that across the occupational distribution, it could be significant. And there's a place where, as a final word, I think we should all be very humble. I don't think if we had gone back and had this conference in the year 2000 and hypothesized what was going to be the big impact in the labor market from the internet and the mobile phone colliding with each other, we would have picked out ride sharing. So these things take a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of things figuring out and build it from there. So I appreciate the chance to look at this paper. I think it does a lot of really important work for thinking about task change at the person level, and hopefully my comments also framed, we need more work to think about the broader level, how these things stack up with each other.
Second discussant is Christina Patterson.
Great. Well, thank you again so much to the organizers for inviting me to discuss this rich and ambitious paper. So as they said, the question at the heart of this paper is technology going to come along, automate tasks, and decrease the demand for labor? I think is almost as old as economics itself. So I went back and I found this quote here from 1820. It's Ricardo, the champion of free trade, comparative advantage, and he sat there worrying that machines were going to hurt workers. A century later, Keynes basically said a very similar thing, warning us all of impending technological unemployment in response to the technologies of the day. And here we are, another century later, with the same anxiety. And so this is an old question, and as a result, it has a very large literature that has attempted to answer it across an array of frameworks. So this includes the large literature on skill-biased technological change, the idea that these technologies kind of disproportionately were complementary to high-skill work. This has been really important for our understanding of the rise of wage inequality. It's been been studied in the kind of framework of capital skill complementarity, and then more recently, these task-based frameworks, which thinks of jobs as bundles of tasks, some of which are routine and automatable, some of which are complex and hard to codify. And this has been important for understanding the effect the impact of job polarization, which was this hollowing out of the middle, as opposed to this uniform shift across the skill distribution. So what do I take from all of this? Well, I sort of took that the question is kind of no longer, does technology have an effect on labor demand, relative labor demand? I think we have a lot of evidence across these waves that it does, but really it's how those effects are operating and what knowing that can tell us about the future impacts of new technologies. And that's where I see this paper coming in. It's in this task-based framework lineage, but it's seeking to kind of unpack this black box of technological change and use the combination of the model and the empirics to shed light on kind of the mechanisms through which technology is affecting the labor market. It does so with this huge amount of historical data and this new framework. There's a ton in this paper. As I said, it's ambitious and it's pretty exciting. So since I said I think kind of the most novel piece here is really trying to help us understand the mechanisms through which technology affects labor, I want to kind of zoom in on understanding those mechanisms today. So I'm not going to summarize the whole paper as the second discussant here, but I'll just highlight again for us that there are these three channels through which they think technology can affect labor demand. The first is this average task exposure, so it's just the average exposure of each of your tasks to these new technologies. In theory, this could be either labor substituting or labor augmenting tasks. It could be like the typewriter for an author, could be the loom for a weaver. In reality, it's really, they find that this term is big and negative, so it's really these kind of labor substituting tasks. But then, as they explained, there are these kind of other two offsetting tasks. One comes from this concentration of task exposure, where if one of your tasks is very effective, affected workers can reallocate. And the other are kind of the productivity spillovers that come from these innovations. So today, I think that's very elegant. It kind of gives us this model that really guides our interpretation of the empirics, and I want to kind of zoom in on exactly that link. So let me talk first about the interpretation of this concentration term. So as I said, this is really all about reallocation potential. I think he explained this very well. If technology hits just a few of the tasks within your occupation, workers can endogenously reallocate to these other tasks. And if I introspect, I think that the reallocation of workers across tasks is a very important part of the story of how technology has affected the labor market. I'm not 100% convinced yet that that's actually what's being captured in this particular empirical moment. And I say that because in the model, the concentration term is the weighted variance of task exposure across the tasks in your industry, where the weight is the importance of that task in your occupation. But in the data, it's the unweighted variance of this across your tasks. And what I think that brings up is the question of what is a task? And so we didn't go into the details of this, but how do they get the task? Well, they asked an LLM or ChatGPT to tell them what each occupation did in each decade. And ChatGPT comes back and gives you an average of around 14 tasks for a given occupation. So let me bring you on a journey of what that looks like here. So I asked ChatGPT, what does a telephone operator, I used the prompt that they gave us in the appendix, what does a telephone operator do in 1920? And what it did was it gave me this list, in this case 12 tasks. And it was things like plugging in the cord, answering the calls, watching the lights, ringing subscribers, unplugging the cords, things like that. And on the one hand, that makes a lot of sense. On the other hand, it made me think that many of these tasks really look like fragments of a core task, which is kind of manually collecting and managing these calls. And I think this is probably a more general feature of this methodology, which is that ChatGPT has very little discipline on task aggregation. And what that's going to mean is that core tasks tend to get split up into many tasks within this methodology. So, I can't show that that's uniformly happening, but I played around with it. And for example, you get the same number of tasks for a toll booth operator as you do for a dentist or a doctor. And what that means, why I'm mentioning this, is I think that means that technologies that come along and affect the core task in an occupation are going to look like low concentration. And therefore, concentrated exposure likely correlates with the exposure being in a peripheral task. So to give you a sense of that, let's go back to telephone operators here. They were very exposed to this automatic exchange. And when you ask ChatGPT, I don't have their patent language or whatever, we just use the poor man's version of that and say, which of these tasks were affected by this technology? It kind of says that all of these tasks that are kind of this core task were the ones that were particularly exposed. Here, it looks like it's sort of diffuse, but actually it's kind of this one core task that's very affected. So why do I mention this? Why do I think it's potentially important? Well, it sort of changes some of our interpretation here. The model's interpretation is that this worker reallocation across tasks has been a meaningful and offsetting force over the past several centuries. And I think, there's an alternative interpretation, which we kind of can't yet rule out here, which is that maybe the smaller employment losses just happen when the core tasks aren't that affected. And this sort of matters, it's important to distinguish when we extrapolate to these AI scenarios, which may affect core tasks or not, and how much we think the past is telling us about reallocation could really depend on how we interpret these. So one suggestion, maybe that's helpful, is maybe we can just lean into the whole spirit of this exercise, and we could just ask the LLM to give us the weights on these tasks. That would kind of bring the empirical measure right back in line with the interpretation in the model. So I did that using ChatGPT-5 here, and it sort of correctly, I think, kind of got the idea that most of this occupation was really in this task. And had we had these weights, we would have found that this exposure was incredibly large and quite kind of concentrated in these tasks. Okay. In the last couple minutes, I just want to move to the kind of thinking about unpacking this last term, which is this industry spillover term. And if you remember from the presentation, the table that was flashed, this term is really big, and it's kind of a big offsetting force here. So I want to think a little bit more about what's included here. So in the model, as Dimitri explained, there are kind of two sources of these spillovers, and I think they're conceptually a bit distinct. One is the spillovers that come from these labor-saving technologies. If we think about what's the effect of automation, this is the spillover that comes from automation, either directly, because it's substituted for the task and it's more productive, or indirectly through kind of the reallocation. And then there's this other term, which is just these TFP shocks that happen to the industry. So in the data, they capture this by using a different set of patents than the ones that are linked to task. It's all of the patents that are linked to an industry. So let's think about that in the case of our telephone operators. So telephone operators were obviously very directly exposed to this automatic telephone exchange system. There's some recent evidence in the QJE that in the year after the adoption of this exchange system, employment in this occupation dropped by 50 to 80%. So that was pretty severe. However, there were many concurrent technological innovations in the telecom sector. This is things like long-distance repeaters that increased call volume, multiplexing that increased the possibility for local calls, nice headsets that made phones look good in homes. And all of these kind of increased the demand for the telephone sector. And all of these spillovers are kind of included in this industry spillover term. So why do I think this is important? Well, again, as we think about what this empirical work tells us about the mechanisms through which technology has affected labor demand, I think it could be important to kind of keep in mind that there are these two terms here. This really isn't just kind of the spillover from automation. And I think this matters, again, when we think about extrapolating to AI. If we think that this big offsetting term is coming mostly through these spillovers, then even these kind of labor-saving technologies could lead to an increase in labor demand. If instead it's these kind of exogenous TFP things like the innovations in the telecoms industry that happen to coincide with these labor replacing technologies, then our kind of extrapolation to other technologies might look quite different. And I think there's actually some scope here, given the richness of the data, to kind of try to tease out these two by kind of using breaking up that industry exposure term even more to kind of help us understand the mechanism. And then lastly, as I thought about this spillover term, I just want to mention here, since it applies uniformly to all occupations within the industry, I think it actually potentially masks some of the very polarization that the authors are looking to explore. And if you think of the case of the telecommunications industry, right, something like the increase in the volume of long-distance calling or the capacity for long-distance calling created a big boom in the industry for linemen and engineer, and it probably had no offsetting effect for the telephone operators who were completely, no longer involved in local calls after the adoption of this technology. And so I think finding a way to kind of think about this would actually really strengthen the author's arguments that these technologies were really a key driver behind job polarization. Okay, with that, I'll conclude. As I said, I think this is a very ambitious paper that really helps us try to understand the mechanisms through which technology affects labor demand. And I know it's beyond the scope of this, but I can't resist just mentioning, I think kind of the next key step here is to go from looking at the effect on jobs, which is the focus of this paper, to the effect on workers. And I know they're working on this in follow-up work, but just to kind of keep that in mind as we think about what this paper is informing about the labor market. So thanks very much.
All right, let's open it up for questions. John Haltwanger.
So very interesting paper and discussion. Really two comments. One concept I didn't see in the paper or in the discussion is something that David Otter has been really emphasizing lately, is the concept of expertise. And it's the idea that to figure out this, we really need to think about if there are some occupations that get displaced, displaced, the question is of the remaining tasks, do they require expertise or not? And I was wondering whether, does your framework capture this in any way, shape, or form? So I'll say a very different comment is, and you talk about this in the paper, is using patents as strengths and weaknesses as a way to track innovation. We know that works very well in some sectors and not so well in other sectors. I think it works well in often some of the key high-tech sectors. It doesn't work so well in sectors like retail trade, for example. So, but even in retail trade, we know for patents that have revolutionized retail trade, there's a really complex and long lag relationship. So I looked up, the barcode was invented in 1952, okay? And it turns out it took decades, of course, before it completely revolutionized the retail trade sector and all kinds of dimensions, not just you were using scanner technology, but it led to the mega retail chains like Amazon but also Walmart and the like. So, and this is decades later, and I wonder about in terms of sort of those very long lags between, here's this barcode that turns out to be vitally important for the revitalization of retail trade. It's 30 years later that this kicks in, and I don't know how the framework picks that up.
Catherine?
Just to pick up on what John was just saying, I had some of the same questions about how to think about the lags that are embedded in the modeling. The baseline specifications in the paper look at effects over 10 years or 20 years. There's some estimates reported that go out at 50 years. As John was just saying, there's a lot of technological innovations that take a very long time to diffuse out into actually affecting how work is done. John was thinking about barcodes. I was thinking about factory electrification, which took many decades. And I'm thinking about how that relates to translating these results into predictions about what's going to happen with AI. I mean, a lot of these earlier innovations took a lot of investment in order to actually implement them. And it's not really clear that if firms are looking to adopt AI in their processes, that the same kind of investment is needed. And that could imply that the adoption is faster. And I think that's relevant to thinking about employment effects, and effects, to pick up on Christina's comment, effects on workers, in that if change happens rapidly, it's likely to be much more disruptive for the people who are affected. And I don't know quite how to, in that sense, translate your results into how we should think about the likely effects of AI. Just one other quick comment. I would echo William's remark about wanting to stress test some of the estimates for the earlier years. The paper talks about validating the assignment of tasks to occupations for 1940, 1970, years when there are dictionary of occupational title data or ONET data. In the earlier years, that didn't exist, and I wonder if one way to stress test the earlier estimates would be to say, look at 1940 and tell the LLM, and by the way, don't look at the DOT or don't look at the that in the later years the ONET information. I don't know if it would listen, but it might be a way to see how well you could do without that information.
Penny?
I have a specific question, actually. In the graphs you showed, the model predictions tend to go in the same direction as the actual data, but they always understate the total effect. And so I'm wondering what the source of this understatement is, and Christina's comments made me wonder whether it's the lack of these weights on how various tasks are affected by the technology, if this would actually do the trick of scaling up your estimates. And I'm thinking that because if I understood Christina's comments correctly, with the current approach where every task is given the same weight, you tend to, so the second channel tends to play a very important role in mitigating the labor substitution effect. And my takeaway from the graphs is ultimately the labor substitution effect dominates.
So we have a question from Carolyn Hawksby that Jan is going to read for us.
Yeah, Carolyn sent in a Q&A with a question about, that is Carolyn Hawksby, that on your AI exercise, so this is related to Catherine's point about the investment in AI, and she points out the importance of training data for rolling out AI, and that would be differentially available in different occupations, different tasks, and so you might be able to utilize the differences in availability of training data, say between cutting-edge research versus, millions of X-rays that are available that could be used to train AIs, and that might refine your AI exercise. So that's Carolyn's suggestion.
Michelle?
Yes, so I was surprised by your prediction that demand for female labor will go down. So women work predominantly in high-contact occupations like teachers, nurses, childcare workers that seem to me at least, very hard to replace with technology. So I was wondering if this is perhaps also related to Christina's comments on sort of these missing weights, because I'm sure childcare workers also do some documentation, and that can be replaced with AI, but that's probably a very small part of their hours. Thank you.
Adrian?
Very interesting paper. So I have a question about the missing intercept. So you mentioned that you can only give, in the context of your model at the moment, the effect of technology on relative labor demand. But it seemed to me you have a fully specified model of labor demand. And so what stops you from specifying the labor supply side of the model, making some assumptions about, say, labor supply elasticities, and then using that to get the aggregate effect of technology on the labor market?
Okay, let's hand it to the authors for a little while, and then we might just come back and have a second round. But why don't you take a shot at these questions?
All right. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate all the comments, and thanks for two fantastic discussions. We're obviously trying to do a lot in this paper, so there's many places one can be both excited by what we're doing and maybe want to probe things further. So we appreciate all those. So just a couple of specific comments that we got is, first, there was some questions we got about kind of the exposure measures and the extent to which these kind of the weights on the tasks, or how much that was driving what we have, and also whether kind of time variation in our task descriptions is really important. And our perspective on this is the LLM is an amazing technology. It's far better than anything we had before. We're all collectively as a profession trying to figure out ways of stress testing that. So sometimes we have really nice validation data available. Obviously, when we have validation data available, it works. At the same time, it's you can kind of look at lots of examples. The examples seem kind of reasonable. We can't really get weights, and especially with the older versions of LLMs, it was kind of hard to get them to give you numerical answers that made any sense. They'll give you 8 out of 10 basically every time when you ask them for those kinds of questions. And likewise, we would love to look at changes in those task descriptions over time, but it's really hard to do this. Like that then is really leveraging what ChatGPT is trying to do to interpolate between all the data that it sees. And so we were pretty hesitant to do that for this project. So I will say that what's most important is that we have kind of ordinal information that's right. And I think in that sense, one way of just defining an occupation consistently over time is it's sort of a consistent partition of, at a very high level, the tasks that workers do. And so in that sense, I think what we end up with is pretty kind of stable. And to Christina's point about how often it will take a core task and split it into many pieces, in some sense that's good for us because that ends up through the back door giving us a weight. If you have like a number of tasks that look very similar, they would all be exposed to the same technology. That will end up producing statistics for mean and concentration that will look kind of like the weighted versions that we're after. So there's a potential that kind of solves the problem for us in the back door, but your points are very well taken. You also asked a question about the correlation structure between these, and I think this is an insight that we often forget when we think about exposure to technologies. Often there's this, David Otter often describes this as if you're exposed, you're hosed sort of perspective on technological exposure. And on the one hand, that's true. We provide direct evidence that if on average a lot of your tasks are exposed, this is bad for you as a worker. But it's typically the case that technology can't do everything that a worker can do. So when the mean exposure is high, the concentration measure is also typically high, and that's kind of natural. Moreover, if we think about these other offsetting effects like the spillovers, those typically, the only way to be exposed directly is also to typically be in an industry in which there's a lot of technological progress. And so you're the same people who are exposed on the downside to the substitution forces, to seeing their tasks being eliminated by new technologies like AI or mechanization, et cetera, are also the people who typically are going to benefit the most from these spillovers. And it's rarely the case that the technology can do everything that the workers can do. I think that's part of also why these effects take so long, is you have to, the barcode there's an initial patent coming up with it, but then we're going to, over time, refine that technology. And so technologies are sequences of many, many patents that come out over time, which is part of why, these effects typically grow with the horizon. It's like the epsilon, the task price improvement is a lot lower over a 10-year horizon than after we've had 50 years to figure these things out. So that is one insight we saw, especially with AI, where we have much more detailed and granular data, and some of what we're doing here is building on our earlier work, thinking about the AI episode, is really that these spillover forces, even in a model where you hardwire really strong substitution, these spillovers can be very strong. And in fact, with the first wave of AI, so-called predictive AI, it looks like they were enough to completely offset the direct displacement effects. So I think that insight is often lost in our discussion of these apocalypses that are coming in the labor market from technologies.
Great. So I need to add a few things here. So the first thing is I think. Oh, okay, sorry. I just want to add a few things here. So one of the limitations of the current framework is that because of the CS structure, everything is sort of flat. So one interesting extension we're exploring is to have a network structure both at the industry but also at the occupation level. So then you can have certain occupations, their output fitting into as an input into other occupations. And then I think you can have a lot of the effects that Christina was saying, where some of these industry spillovers are no longer flat at the occupational level, but there are they have differential effects. So that's number one. Number two, on new tasks, and that's I think the task-based framework is beautiful in its simplicity. When you start thinking about what it actually means and how you take into the data, there's a lot of complications that arise. And I think the main thing is that how narrowly do you define a task? You can have a very micro view of a task where it's like I write the introduction to the paper, I run the regression in Stata, I do this, I do that. Or it can have a more macro view of the task where I do research. And once, if you want to take it to the data, you have to make some choices. So that's something that's both conceptually complicated, but also just the logistics of it you have to think a little bit about. Now, in that said, I think a big question that's not answered in this literature at all is why are tasks bundled together in certain jobs? And if you want to think about new tasks, it helps you think about where are these new tasks going to arise? Is it going to be in the existing jobs? Is it going to be new workers that do these? And the dynamics of that over time. I think it's a super interesting question that we're thinking about going forward. On the weights, Christina is absolutely right. ChatGPT 5 seems to be, at least on that one example, better than the version that we used back in January. That said, we have this other paper that kind of builds on the same framework, or rather this framework builds on that paper, and there we were using ONIT weights. And again, to the extent that you believe that the ONIT tasks are an accurate description of what workers do, and again, and those weights are somehow representative, we actually found similar estimates for the concentration term. So it seems to be capturing something there. On Adrian's point about what stops us from doing GE, in the model, nothing, time, and whether we're willing to make assumptions on labor supply elasticity. We think this deserves another paper where, otherwise the paper would sort of be 10 times the current limit. On AI and Caroline's question, I think one of the difficulty that with these counterfactuals, and this touches on what Bill said as well, is what exactly do we mean by when we talk about AI? Because I think we all read different science fiction books, so we all have a very different concept of what AI can do. Is it going to be a fancy autocomplete, or is it going to be this robot that speaks and talks like a human person? So we had to we made some assumptions. We said, under these conditions, you can think about this framework as if you think AI is going to do this, then this is what we think is going to happen on relative labor demand. I'm not willing to bet my son's tuition on any of these assumptions, but I do think that the same forces we uncover are likely going to be in play there as well. Now, and if you have a different view of what AI can do in 10 years, you can make a completely different set of assumptions. I do agree that training, if we had information about which tasks require training data, actually Larry Summers tweeted a few days ago that OpenAI has this new evaluation tool about how good ChatGPT is performing real-world tasks. I think going forward, we're going to have more of these data, and then one can think more about these counterfactuals. On John's point about patents and technology, absolutely, patents don't measure all innovation. We're very open to alternatives. So yes, diffusion is also an issue. All these things have issues. I'm completely open to thinking about new sources of data that measure technological progress. In other work, I've tried to think about 10Ks or earnings calls. Firms are very imprecise in what they disclose. Might suspect that the advances in large language models is going to allow economic historians to dig through more sources of data, and then we can do more interesting things going forward. We're completely open to suggestions. On external validation, that's a problem when you're having, if we could validate it using some other data, then we would not have to create this task to begin with. We did try to tell ChatGPT to not do X. It often gaslights you and tells you it didn't do it. But I haven't figured out a way exactly how to get alignment. The last thing in this paper, I think a lot of the spillovers happen at the firm level. At least that's what our other paper and I showed. And we really had no information on firms here. So I think that's a big missing part of this exercise. And I think that's partly why our spillovers are somewhat attenuated.
And that also kind of relates to Caroline's comment about the availability of training data. Is one thing we know about AI adoption in the data that we have is that it's super biased to large firms. There's some fixed cost component to figuring this out, and so what is nice about recent periods is we get better data, and so we can do a lot better measurement. And so just like for AI, we actually in this other paper we're working on, we don't think that patents are necessarily the right corpus of text there. In fact, because a lot of the great applications of AI aren't patentable at all. And so you actually want to go to alternative sources of data. And so there we do, and we look at the LinkedIn profiles of kind of all the workers in the US. And so you can basically, by reading that source of text, you can get incredible granularity in terms of who's doing what with AI. And so we definitely see there that these firm-level spillovers are quite large. And so again, that partially insulates workers against the adverse effects of AI, because to be directly exposed to displacement from AI, you're also going to be at a firm that's doing all of this new stuff with AI. That firm is going to grow. They're going to steal market share from their competitors who aren't adopting AI, and they're going to, so that the market share of that occupation within the firm shrinks, but the firm grows a lot. And these two forces are kind of, they look like, at least with the wave of AI, up to generative AI, that those two things offset. So these spillover terms we think are quite large, and I do just feel like in our discussions of what these technologies will do to everyone, we often neglect them.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a follow-up or a reiteration of Michelle's question, if you could address that and whether it's because of the types of cognitive skills that where women are concentrated. And then secondly, I think you answered my second question because I heard a presentation this summer, which I think was also yours, that was more optimistic about the spillovers. And I was trying to remember whether it was the job spillovers or the firm spillovers. And so maybe you could just articulate that a
Great,
bit
thanks.
more. But I think that somebody else had a question
sorry.
too.
Tarek?
So I just wanted to back up the authors that in general, I think we have very little reason to believe that the large language models are going to spit out any numbers that you should put any weight on, because it's a large language model, and unless at some point OpenAI explains to us why all of a sudden it's supposed to be able to do math, I think we should not let it do math.
David?
Well, we're following up on questions on the doing general equilibrium. I have a suggestion that would make life easier, which is just assume flat labor supply curves everywhere, and then you're just getting, rather than shifts in relative demand, you're getting shifts in total labor demand. I don't know. I suspect it's harder than I think. So maybe that's the next paper. But I think that really is the question people want. You don't have to model labor supply. So it's sort of halfway to general equilibrium. That's just a suggestion about going further with this.
I'm going to take my prerogative as an editor to respond to that, because I played some role in them downplaying this. And my perspective was that the benchmark should be balanced growth preferences. And so there would be no effects on labor supply in the aggregate. And I pushed them to articulate why their model was getting anything other than that. And I think it's not easy to know. Tatiana.
I'm curious how your model and your empirical work handles new occupations. So software engineer, not something that existed 100 years ago, was made possible with new technology, and potentially there might be new occupations that are enabled with AI as well. And I'm curious if that's a clearly missing piece or if there's something that implicitly captures those kinds of dynamics.
Gerald.
So I have a corollary to John's question. And if I think about problems that I have when I call a call center, it's that there's a lack of judgment and that you always end up asking for a supervisor who, and it doesn't necessarily mean expertise, although that helps, but there's really this question of somebody needs to make a judgment call on something where there's uncertainty about how to read the manual, or how to do your taxes, or how your plumber looks at the broken pipe, or all of these things that involve judgment. So I'm wondering, is there a way of incorporating that into the data that you're looking at, or the tasks that you're looking at to think about, because those seem much harder to replicate.
Okay, back to the others.
Do you want to go? Sure. Okay. Sorry, on the G point again, it's not just aggregate labor supply that we need to take a stance on the model. It's also the spillovers that happen from the industry level to the aggregate. And again, that's where I think a network would make more sense. We can certainly make a lot of assumptions. There's going to be nothing in the empirical estimates that disciplines this, because all our specifications are going to be comparing more relative to less exposed occupations at a point in time. So we can certainly do this. I think it's going to require even more heroic assumptions to what we did, and it's going to require a lot more space for us to do this. So we're certainly interested in doing this. We don't think that this is the right format for this particular project, but we're fully on board that that's an interesting question. Is there going to be any work left for me in 10 years? Completely agree with this. Now, on Michelle's question, sorry, I missed that. I think a lot of the decline in is because a lot of women are concentrated in white-collar clerical admin jobs, and these are projected to experience a large decline. So I think that's partly what's driving our estimates. And again, you should take this with a big grain of salt, and I think a lot of it has to do with when people say AI, what exactly are you envisioning? Are you envisioning HAL, the computer from Space Odyssey, or is it like just a sophisticated telephone automated system? Now, going back to your point, I do think that, again, this goes back to the discussion, what do we think AI can do? I think right now a big issue is validation, right? We ask ChatGPT a question, it spits out an answer, it sort of looks correct, but you wouldn't exactly bet your life on it. There's going to be some demand for workers, potentially routine workers, to validate the output of AI, at least in the short run. So I think that could this is an example of a sort of a new task that might arise. And as I was saying earlier, I don't think we have a good theoretical framework to think about who's going to be doing these new tasks.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So the assignment of workers to these new tasks is definitely still an open question. I would say that within the framework we've had a lot of fun kind of playing with these CES intercepts. And something you kind of learn when you do that is that each of these pieces can be microfounded using kind of a richer model. So just as a simple example, we talked about there's sort of a weight on industries in that CES nest, and that you can microfound explicitly using like a Romer model with multiple varieties, and that has the interpretation of an increase in the number of product varieties. And likewise, if we create new small occupations, kind of micro occupations in the language of Lynn or recent work by David Otter and Anna Salomons and Brian and Carolyn Chin, I think I got them all. That can also show up as a shift in one of these CES parameters. And so in principle, we could do this. The challenge is then, of course, going to be how we measure all this stuff. And I think in recent data, we have more hope of kind of carefully measuring the emergence of these new tasks and who does them. And kind of related to expertise as well, something that we saw in previous work is that it's not clear that all new technologies are a direct substitute for human labor. In fact, in the kind of post-1980s period, we thought about non-routine related innovations, and there we see that those are associated with increases in labor demand, typically. So there's a rise in employment, there's a rise in the wage bill for exposed occupations, and yet if you take the perspective of incumbent workers, especially better educated, older, higher paid workers within those occupations, it does look like those workers are displaced in the sense that you will see declines in their earnings going forward. And so, one of the things that technological change can do, even in contexts where it's less clear that there's direct substitution happening between the machine and the worker, there can be substitution between new workers and old workers. And that actually is something that creates a lot of redistribution across workers. That's something we're very interested in. So we're hoping to dive in further on that, especially with the AI episode. So all these things are interesting. The closest we get to that in the paper is something Dimitris didn't talk at all, which is we can look at variation across cohorts. So you can ask, is it the case that all of this is happening on the entry margin? Maybe that's the most benign way in which technological change could impact the labor market, is just people who would have entered this occupation go somewhere else. And it doesn't look like that. In fact, if the entrants seem about as elastic as cohorts of kind of typical workers, what we do see is that these concentration effects are actually most pronounced among younger workers. So it's like the younger cohorts, their employment is most responsive to whether there's kind of opportunities to go to tasks that aren't affected or not. And so that's kind of interesting and maybe consistent with the idea that they are the ones who are willing to acquire the new expertise you need to do the new stuff. But again, we have repeated cross-section data, so we're limited in what we can say throughout the whole historical sample.
In this project?
In this project, yes.
Okay, well, let's thank the authors and the discussants for a lively session. And we're going to break and start up again at 10:30.
Okay. You know, right?
fertility, the role of social comparisons in intensive parenting, and Michelle is going to present. Take it away.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here at the Brookings Conference. I want to talk about low fertility and the resulting policy concerns and implications. This is joint work with Lucas Mahler and Min Yum, who are both here. So global fertility is at a record low, and accordingly, there's much discussion among policymakers and in the media. One concern is the sustainability of Social Security. Also, people are worried about lack of innovation if population is declining in the long run. What we want to do here in this paper today is propose a new reason for why low birth rates are, or why the birth rates are low, namely comparison motives. So the starting point to understand the policy implications, we need a good understanding of, a positive understanding of fertility. And so we're proposing a new channel, and then that will lead to novel policy insights. So just to put this into perspective, this is the recent fertility decline in the United States. So over the last quarter century, fertility fell actually quite a bit in the United States. At the same time, I want to stress that this is not true universally across countries. So this is all the high-income countries. We put them into 4 categories based on their shape. And so the United States is declining, that's the blue line. And so there are other countries like Korea, Singapore, Chile, who have been also declining a lot, and they've been in the media a lot. But there are many other examples. So my home country, Germany, for example, over the same time period has actually been on the rise. And other countries like the UK, Canada, New Zealand, over the same 25 years, there has been sort of like a mini baby boom. And then there are a bunch of countries who are sort of flat. So a very heterogeneous path among high-income countries. So as I said, we want to propose here a novel explanation for low fertility rates, and that is related to the so-called social comparison motives. The idea dates back to Veblen, saying that people care about relative status, right? This is an idea from more than 100 years ago. In fact, there's a large macro literature that sort of embeds this idea, the whole literature on catching up with the Jonases. So we believe that these relative status concerns are also very relevant when it comes to children. So that parents care about the educational outcomes and the quality of their children relative to those of other parents' children. And that idea then tilts the quantity-quality trade-off towards quality. That in turn makes children expensive, and that then depresses the birth rate. That, in a nutshell, is the idea. So in this remaining 12 minutes here, I want to formalize the idea, show you some suggestive evidence on the relevance of this idea in the data, and then talk about the policy implications. So to formalize the idea, here's a simple model. Suppose parents choose fertility N, and also how much time to invest in each child, X. So the comparison motive comes in with the idea that parents care about child human capital H relative to some benchmark level H tilde, right? So they care, look at the utility function about own consumption, child, a number of children, and also H, human capital, but relative to that benchmark. And then the benchmark itself is determined in equilibrium by the choices of the other parents in the economy. The chi is an important parameter here. The chi determines the strength of the comparison motive. So if chi is 0, then there is no comparison motive, right? And now we want to explore the idea, suppose countries differ by chi. So it's a cultural parameter, and countries somehow have different comparison motives, or different regions could also have different comparison motives. So the model results are then, just to be very clear, what does the model imply? Result number 1, countries or counties or regions with a stronger comparison motive invest more in education and accordingly have lower fertility rates. Then we extend the model. I won't have time to go through all of that, but so basically we add heterogeneity, so we can think about rich and poor parents. We add parental monetary investments, which might be quite important in some parts of the world. We want to add upward comparison motives, so maybe people are looking up to the educational outcomes of sort of the top part of the distribution. We also consider productivity and accordingly income changes over time. And that then leads to result number 2. If Z, so productivity, or accordingly income, grows over time, then fertility falls. That's not very surprising or novel, but the novel part is that the fall is larger the stronger the comparison motive. So fertility declines are basically amplified by the comparison motive. And result 3 is spillovers. So basically the idea that with an upward comparison motive, fertility declines even for groups that experience no income growth. Because the benchmark is moving by what the higher income people are doing, they're trying to keep up, and then that depresses their birth rate as well. So now I want to show empirical evidence on this. And so in previous work, we've investigated actually this idea specifically for South Korea, and now I want to convince you this is also very relevant in other parts of the world. So let me start with some cross-country evidence. So the model predicts a negative relationship between the comparison motives and fertility. So now we need a proxy for comparison motives. So the first proxy here we're using is education worry. So questions from the World Values Surveys asking parents, how worried are you about your not being able to provide enough education for your children? And so in a cross-section of countries here, we find that this education related with fertility. So the most worried countries are precisely Korea, Singapore, Japan, and the fertility rate there is about 0.2 children lower compared to countries like Germany or the Czech Republic, where they're not so worried. The second result I mentioned was that the model predicts a larger fertility decline over time, precisely in those countries that have a stronger comparison motive. Again, here proxied with these education worries. And so what we find here in a cross-country regression, and I should mention that there are a bunch of controls in here as well, but we find this negative relationship. So the decline over time in the fertility rate was most pronounced in the countries that had this larger education worries. And that brings me back to that opening picture of the very different cross-country experiences over time. It's precisely South Korea, Singapore, and Chile that in our data have the strongest comparison motives, and those are also the countries that are big time declining over this time period. Germany, again, to give a different example, doesn't have these strong education worries, and in fact, fertility has been slightly increasing over this time period. So, what about other kinds of evidence? That was cross-country. So let's think about the US specifically. And here we're using evidence across US counties. So maybe even better proxy of this comparison motives. Comparisons often happen these days through social media. So we're using an index created by Rush Chetty and co-authors called they call it economic connectedness. But what it is among low socioeconomic status individuals, how many Facebook friends do they have as a share of their friends that are from a higher socioeconomic status? And with the idea of if you have a lot of friends from a higher socioeconomic status, you're looking up to them, right? So it's, I think, a pretty good proxy of this idea of the upward comparison motives. And what we find is that the counties where this that have a lot of economic connectedness, a high value of this index, the birth rate is particularly low. These are births per 1,000 childbearing age women. And so it's actually quite sizable. If you go from the left to the right, we're talking about a difference of birth rates of about 20 out of an average of 50. So what are the deeper reasons why do we have this comparison motives? We can speculate, it can be cultural, so I haven't said much about that, but one hypothesis is it's driven by the college education system, by the admissions to college, the competitiveness for college slots. So then the model would predict that states that have more competition for college slots should also have fewer births. And so this relates to an idea back in a Brookings paper from 15 years ago by Valerie Ramey, where she was arguing it's the competition for college slots that drives this excessive parental investment. We're basically taking that same idea a step further and saying, well, then these excessive parental investments are very time-intensive, costly for the parents, then also means the parent choosing fewer children. And in fact, that is what we find. So we use that same index from the original Ramey paper. It's from a paper actually by John Bound, a competitiveness index of colleges, and we find it's negatively related with the birth rate. So I have 5 minutes now to talk about policy. So first point to make here is that there was a switch in the policy stance over time. So for most of the 20th century, in fact, most countries, or many countries, were worried about birth control, and they're worried about overpopulation. They were trying to curb people's fertility. So think about, the one-child policy in China, but also in many other countries. There were all sorts of birth control policies implemented. By now, more than 30% of the countries try to encourage birth, so there was a strong shift. So the obvious question to ask is sort of, should governments actually try to interfere at all? Should they try to curb or stimulate fertility? So what are the frictions? What are the market failures? So we think to answer this question, we need to understand the reasons behind the low fertility rates, to know what's going on or what's going wrong and whether we should intervene and how. So we want to argue here in this paper that the comparison motive justifies government intervention in the following sense. So the comparison motive poses an externality, and that externality leads to inefficiently high education investment and accordingly an inefficiently low birth rate or fertility rate. We show in the model, theoretically, that the first best can be implemented by a combination of pronatal transfers, but the transfers financed through a tax on education, precisely to sort of try to curb the education investments. Now, as economists, maybe we're worried, wait a second, doesn't that mean human capital will go down? And that's kind of weird, because usually we all try to encourage human capital investments. So, will reducing parental investment be bad for the kids? Well, I want to argue not necessarily. Some of these educational investments are at least arguably socially wasteful. So think about all these SAT prep courses that help your kids, be better test takers, but probably, or faster test takers, but probably not raise their human capital. Or you hire a tutor to write the essay for you to get into college. The kid is not going to be a better essay writer in the end. So that's arguably socially wasteful. On top of it, some of these investments may even be socially harmful. So think about excessive study time. So it's not just money, right? The kids also have to spend the time studying. That means they spend a lot of time indoors, and time indoors has been connected to rises in myopia rates, for example. Also, arguably, obesity, right? If the kids are not running around anymore, they're just studying all the time. And child mental health has been deteriorating in recent years. So there could be a connection on that as well, potentially. So to make that point, we also include in the paper a model of college admissions where banning test preparation is welfare improving and does not lower child human capital, just to really make that point. So what are the novel policy implications that follow then from this? Well, in the model, it's we should tax or potentially regulate private education institutions. So again, maybe you think that's a bit far-fetched, but there are actually examples from other countries. So China quite recently banned private for-profit after-school tutoring. Similarly, Korea has all these hagwons, which are private after-school tutoring institutes, and they didn't ban them completely, but they introduced a bunch of curfews so that they cannot open until midnight, so that the kids cannot study like super late. In the UK, they recently abandoned the VAT tax exemption of private schools, so very recently, just this year. So there are many examples. Interestingly, in the United States, the recent changes in the 529 plans actually went in the opposite direction, right? Creating more tax exemptions for all sort of private education activities, like SAT prep courses, for example. Another policy angle could be to think about weakening people's ability to act on the comparison motive. So, there's in some countries have very high stakes exams. So maybe that system could be changed. It's very national test taking. Also, communication about precise rank information, maybe we should think about that with more caution. And Korea recently acted on that. So they tried to replace an exact score for a college entry exam with a 5-tier system. So that if you're somewhere in the middle of, then there's no point in investing so much more because you're in the middle of some category. Also, maybe community should be a little bit more careful when publishing school rankings. So this is competition on a different level, right? But like, if you don't even know which school is just an epsilon better, then you're not putting so much effort in trying to get to this epsilon better school. Another angle could be social media regulations. So I think in terms of these comparison motives, the role of momfluencers and mommy blogs probably played quite a role. And maybe, I don't know exactly how to regulate that, but it's a very different angle from the usual fertility policies. So at least something to think about. So let me summarize. I am out of time, but the comparison motive is a novel reason for low fertility. We think it's an important reason. We provided some suggestive evidence here that comparison motive and birth rates are negatively related, and also that fertility declines are more pronounced in countries with a strong comparison motive, and that this leads, and we argue then that this leads to novel policy implications. Thank you very much.
And our first discussant is Melissa Kearney.
Thank you. Okay. So thanks to the organizers for the invitation to discuss this really interesting paper. I want to start by putting this new idea and this paper in the context of where I see the literature and current thinking on this. And I think what the author's done is really valuable in the sense that they're pushing the literature and the policy conversation in a new direction. So I want to emphasize that up front. I think that's a really valuable contribution. And so what I've done here is just pulled out the way the authors situate this paper and this idea. And they point out, rightly in my view, that there's a very large literature of 60 years of literature in economics about fertility, the demand for children, and that really dates back to Becker's novel and Becker's model. And in that model, it's just a constrained optimization function where children are normal goods, and there's lots of empirical evidence that it looks like children are normal goods, and people are making a decision about how many kids to have subject to a budget constraint. And the key insights that come out of that standard workhorse Becker model are that opportunity costs really matter, and parents are making decisions trading off quality and quantity. But what the authors also rightly point out, in my view, is that what people who have been working in this field have come to increasingly appreciate over the past few years is that our focus on that very simple sort of standard constrained optimization problem, looking at the types of prices and costs that we typically look at, is really not getting us very far, if anywhere, in explaining the dramatic recent decline in fertility, especially in the high-income world. And so the authors point to a new set of papers or ideas that are pushing things like career concerns, family policies, social norms, and shifting priorities. Okay, so I'm going to push on this. Again, I think it's really productive to move our focus as economists away from these standard explanations. And all I'm doing here, mostly for the benefit of people in the room who don't work on this area, why are so many of us trying to look for new and novel explanations? Here, what I'm showing you is just 3 figures from a 2020 paper that Luke Perdue, Phil Levine, and I have in the Journal of Economic Perspectives, showing that if we look at the sort of standard things, and I'm just pulling out here childcare costs, the female-male wage ratio, student debt, because that's something people talk a lot about in the policy conversation, those things might matter on the margin for some people, but they really have no explanatory power in the patterns. So if you look at the top graph, places in the US that experienced higher increases in childcare costs, they did not have larger declines in fertility. That line is not sloping down, okay? Same with the female-male wage ratio, et cetera. Okay, so this is really useful. Let's think in a new direction, and what they do in this paper is highlight the role of intensive parenting, which in their formulation comes from comparison motives. Okay, I want to put this in a broader context. My view on this is that social comparisons and intensive parenting are potentially contributing factors, but they don't sit outside career concerns and some of those other forces. I see all of these things as working together. And that's a little bit of a different framework than trying to line up a bunch of different factors and say which looks like it's doing more. So this is something that Phil and I wrote, and we put this out as an NBR working paper this summer. We're revising it for David for the JEL. Our read of the evidence is that what we're seeing across mostly high and middle income countries is a broad reordering of adult priorities, with parenthood occupying a diminished role. And the term we came up with, maybe it's not great, but we refer to this as shifting priorities and propose that it likely reflects a complex mix of changing norms, evolving economic opportunities and constraints, and broader social and cultural forces. So let me put parenting, and eventually I'll get to comparison motives, in this framework. Okay, so the way I think we should be thinking about this, let's still think about this like economists. It's a lifetime constrained optimization problem. But what we have is, in the green, we've got a bunch of norms. We have norms about gender roles and expectations, about leisure norms, right? What do we want to do in our free time? Parenting norms, how intense is parenting? And also work norms, that's where we could think about greedy jobs. If we've got greedy jobs and we've got greedy parenting, so parenting is intense, all of that affects both the utility of having kids. If leisure norms have also changed, that also affects just what's in the choice set. So when people are making choices, they're hitting their 20s and they're making choices, how much do I want to prioritize kids and marriage and career and leisure? The norms in these different areas all matter. Okay, where do those norms come from? Well, some of it comes from economic opportunities and constraints. Some of it comes from cultural forces like media and religion. These things are affecting both the utility function, the choice set, and the constraints that people are operating under. And what we get is the way people are prioritizing spending their 20s and 30s investing in marriage, having kids, career, or pursuing leisure goals. All right, so what about comparative motives? In the paper, the way the authors describe this is actually back to the pretty standard Becker framework, where they say there's comparison motives, that leads to intensive parenting, in particular in the realm of education, that raises the cost of kids, and so that tilts us towards quality over quantity and leads to fewer kids. If we instead think of comparison motives, in part, as the author said, coming from opportunity, economic opportunities and pressures, it could be one of the key drivers of parenting norms, in particular intensive parenting. Okay? Now, as I've mentioned, the intensive parenting sort of reduces the utility of having kids. It's less fun to have kids, maybe, if you can't just let them play in the neighborhood, but you got to drive them all over the place and do all this stuff with them, right? But it also increases the opportunity costs. It comes up against any goals you might have for some leisure time or career. And so that shifts the priority ranking away from parenthood in a way that doesn't just lead to fewer kids, but also more childlessness. So I'm not disagreeing with the authors. I'm just putting this idea that comparison motives drive intense parenting norms in a different lens or perspective. Okay, the authors, I think, do a very nice job building descriptive evidence for this idea that places that have greater competitive pressures, I just pulled out one of their proxies, they have a bunch, birth rates are lower in those places, and birth rates have fallen by more. Okay, I think they make a nice descriptive case. What I want to suggest, though, is that maybe it's not about the comparison motive per se, but it's about parenting intensity. So what I've pulled here is this is data from the US American Time Use Survey. These more competitive places, you also see parents spending more time in childcare activities. And it's not just in education, it's also in travel, it's in recreation. As I was sitting at my daughter's hockey practice reading this paper, I thought of Valerie Ramey standing here 15 years ago presenting about how, she was driving her daughter all over to, I think it was horse shows, but somebody might remember better than me. But anyway, basically, in South Korea, they might be taking their kids to tutoring. In the US, we're just spending a lot more time with kids, especially in these more competitive places. Okay, and places where parents have are spending more time with their kids, we do see fertility rates falling by more. Okay, even more relevant than just thinking about the past 20 years, think about what's happened over cohorts. So here I'm pulling from Susan Bianchi's work. Over time, what do we see? We see that women have been spending more time in paid work, more time in childcare, more time in leisure. So I submit that the girls growing up in the late 80s and 90s, they saw their moms much more harried than those of us who grew up in the 70s or early 80s. That affects what they think they want to do in their 20s and 30s. All right, we see this across other countries. This is, from The Economist, pulling on an academic paper. Across countries, people over the past 4 decades, they're just spending more time with their kids. What it means to be a parent is different now than it was in the 70s. So now let's look at cohort fertility. And this is, again, from the paper we're writing for David for the JEL. If you look at the US, you look at women who were born in the mid-70s through the women born in the 90s, their fertility is declining across the life cycle. Now, of course, they're not done having kids, so maybe they're going to catch up. But right now, it looks like across the life cycle, fertility is declining. And we see that in other high-income countries as well. Here's what's really important. This is driven by an increase in childlessness. More people are remaining childless across the life cycle. So again, women who were born in the mid-90s, they're not done with their childbearing years, but 50% of 30-year-old women in the US now are childless. It is unlikely that that's going to converge down to 10% of the previous cohorts. And again, we see this increase in childlessness in other countries as well. All right, to me, this is potentially suggestive of a lifestyle reaction, okay? So what do I mean? People are more likely to be prioritizing things other than having kids in their 20s and 30s, or they're more likely to be choosing or winding up with a child-free lifestyle. To be clear, this could be driven either by preferences or constraints, right? This is just a different interpretation of how intensive parenting is affecting the fertility choice. In this perspective on things, it's less about a quality-quantity trade-off. I'm having fewer kids because I really want to make sure that they get to a good college. And more, let me quote one of my younger, recently married friends when I said, do you think you're going to have kids? And I'm like an old lady. And she's like, you were just running around all the time. I have no interest in spending my weekends at youth soccer tournaments. And sure enough, this week she's posting on Instagram and she's hanging out in the French Polynesia. And am I not spending the next 2 weekends at a youth hockey tournament and at a youth soccer tournament? That's not about wanting to invest in kids as much as parenting is really intense. There are other things that I want to do that might not have been so readily available to parents or women in the past. And so people are sort of, choosing when you have this conflict between intensive parenting and career or leisure goals, there's just a shifting of how many people are not having kids or not prioritizing having kids in their 20s and 30s, which, because of the uncertainty and the biological restrictions, actually winds up with increased childlessness. Okay. My final minute on the welfare implications and policy in this paper. I completely agree with the authors that the current low fertility equilibrium might be suboptimal. And I want to be very precise here. In the way the authors talk about it, it's suboptimal from the perspective of individual welfare. This isn't even about the fact that we might be concerned about the externalities of having, fewer kids in a declining population. This does not get nearly enough attention in the public discourse on this. The public discourse on this, as soon as you bring up, hey, people aren't having kids, there's a huge backlash. Don't tell women to have kids. And what the authors are saying, and I want to emphasize, is that maybe people would be happier if we weren't in this equilibrium with really intense parenting where people are feeling like, their choices aren't available and so they're having fewer kids. Everybody might be happier if parents just chilled out and people could have more kids, and it was less likely to impose such severe opportunity costs on their career or leisure or other goals. Okay, so the survey data, in fact, from across countries shows that people's ideal fertility size, ideal family size, their desired fertility, is higher than realized. So this is another really nice feature of this paper. It's to shed light on this fact that people might be having fewer children than they themselves would want to have if constraints were different or parenting wasn't so intense. Okay, so to wrap it up, I think this is a super interesting paper, and it pushes the literature away from standard explanations in a way that I think is super valuable and thought-provoking.
And our second discussion is David Weil.
Okay, well, thank you to the organizers for inviting me to discuss this really fascinating paper on an important issue. The motivation's pretty clear. Fertility's fallen everywhere in the world. The United States is late to the game. Maybe a little shamefully, the economics profession in the United States is a little late to the game because like it wasn't our thing, but now it's our thing, and so we're joining. There's a lot of heterogeneity among rich countries, which is a lot to explore. This paper is all about the drivers of fertility decline. There's a whole separate literature on the economic effects of that. Just as an advertisement, I have a paper I'm writing for the Journal of Economic Perspectives on that topic. So what do we agree on? Well, first we agree that for rich modern countries, there is nothing that pins fertility down near the replacement level. I've sort of been on endless discussions where people say, well, isn't it unnatural that fertility is below the replacement rate? And I say, no. Here's my friend Malthus. Malthus explained why fertility should be at the replacement rate in the equilibrium that held in the world until about 1800 or something in Europe. We're not in that equilibrium anymore, so we shouldn't be shocked or surprised at sub-replacement fertility, but it's still very interesting, and so we want to study the decline over time and the heterogeneity across countries. And second thing I think Michelle and Melissa and all of us agree on is this is very complicated. There are a lot of factors that drive fertility, and we're not going to have a smoking gun. This paper is looking at one particular factor and kind of bringing this into the discussion, which I think is fine. So kind of to set things up, here's just kind of a general list of things that affect fertility. So there's a whole lot of literature on the degree to which child rearing is shared between men and women. There's literature on the size of the penalty that people pay, particularly mothers, when they exit the labor force to care for kids. There's literature on the monetary and time costs of children, the availability and effectiveness of contraception, and all sorts of cultural factors that affect fertility. So these things differ across countries. This paper is going to zoom in on this box of the monetary and time costs of children, and within that there's kind of a lot of things to talk about. So some of it is sort of the standard inputs to child rearing. So for example, children are very space intensive. If the price of housing goes up, that's going to drive down fertility. That's one reason that we see low fertility in cities where housing is particularly expensive. Then there are some fixed costs that I would say are unrelated to child quality. So if you don't know it, this Nickerson and Solomon paper with the great title, Are Car Seats a Form of Contraception? Is about how we've changed the car seat standards. So kids have to stay in car seats longer, and you can't fit 3 car seats in the back of a sedan. And so that means for many, many families, having a third child is a huge economic burden, and they show that it reduces fertility. And then finally, there's desired child quality. So we may actually want to put more investments into these children. We can open up that box. And again, there's kind of various things to talk about. So there's this great work by Depke and Zilabati, which is about people investing more in child welfare, not because of these comparison motives, but for a more instrumental reason, that the return to where your child is in the quality distribution in their generation has increased as inequality has risen. And so even if you just care about your child's welfare, not comparatively, you're induced to invest more in your child's human capital. But then secondly, there's this whole set of social comparison motives, and that's what this paper is going to focus on. So Michelle kind of took you through this already, but here's kind of the maximization problem that the household faces. So they want to do some consumption. They get utility from that. They get utility from the number of children, and they get utility from per child human capital. They've got a very standard budget constraint where that lambda is the per child costs not related to quality, so that's things like the car seats, but then there's some cost of child quality, that's the investment X per child. And then added to that, there's this comparison piece. So chi is kind of the strength of the comparison motive, and H tilde, that's the average level of human capital, or in some cases, it's also sort of the human capital of the elite that you're looking up to. But that thing chi times H tilde is kind of being taken out of your utility because of this comparison motive. And so if you increase the strength of that thing, if you raise chi times H tilde, that's going to lower parental utility directly. It's a negative externality. It's going to shift the decision of parents. They're going to invest more in the human capital of each child, and they're going to have fewer children. So the story in the paper, as I said, benchmark H tilde is either the average human capital or the elite human capital or something like that. The story in the paper is that chi has gotten bigger over time because of social media. So we all know what everyone else is doing. And that's leading to these kind of rat race expenditures in which, I have to invest more because my kids' peers' parents are investing more in their kids. And that's making us all unhappy and lowering fertility. And of course, on net, we can't change the comparison, so it's wasteful. So that's sort of the standard mechanism. And then that mechanism can also amplify other shocks. So if there's some change in the value of child human capital or in the weight in utility, that's going to be amplified through this pernicious mechanism. Okay? If you didn't believe this kind of stuff was happening, here's a page from TikTok. And this is a page of instructions on how to make Instagram posts about your college decision. So not only do you have to sort of share your quality of your college decision, but you have to do it in a high quality post. And evidently this stuff is ubiquitous. Okay, so as Michelle said, we've been down this road a little before. So Veblen was here. If you read the theory of the leisure class, there's this key idea of the invidious comparison. So an invidious comparison is that what I care about is how I rank relative to someone else. That's the thing that gives me respect and worth. It confers status and honor. So kind of the classic example we all know is conspicuous consumption. So you have expensive watches and stuff like that. So you can show everyone that your watch is better than them. And you're signaling your wealth and sort of showing that you have more wealth than them. I won't have time to go into it, but interestingly, Veblen, what we call leisure in our economic models, that is time away from doing hard stuff, is what he calls indolence. Conspicuous leisure is a different thing. Conspicuous leisure is knowing the forms of domestic music and dogs and sports and fancy breeds of animals and stuff like that. That's all to show that in the time that I didn't see you, I was not being indolent. I was not working. I was actually studying up on dogs and stuff like that. And from that, you know that I don't have to work and I'm wealthy. So it's all about signaling status and wealth through these kind of what seemed to Veblen and what seemed to me like kind of pointless activities. So where does this paper sit relative to Veblen? So in Veblen, it's really all about wealth, and wealth is the thing that matters in the end. This paper, kind of in the modern fashion, thank you, produces puts that into the utility function directly as a primitive. I think Veblen would say that's not right. Veblen sort of cites all these examples of people thinking they care about, say, women having super small waists, which shows that they can't work and stuff like that. People think they care about that, but Veblen says they don't really care about that. They really care about the status that it's signaling. So for a while I was on board with that. Then I introspected a little more. I'll show you some of my other introspection later. But the other thing I introspected about was I've written models with habit formation in them. And in a habit formation model, formally it looks exactly like we were just looking at. There's a thing that gets subtracted from your utility, which in that case is your own past consumption. So if I have a certain level of consumption now, I'm made less happy if I had high consumption in the past. I believe in that, and that's not about status. So that actually made me think more that the utility function approach was correct. Okay, so I believe the approach. I kind of believe this with respect to child quality, but I have a lot of questions. So one kind of obvious one is, why doesn't the number of children fit into this as well? And I think, again, introspecting and doing amateur sociology, I think there is some of that. I think that in some cases, people sort of are proud of showing off the number of their children. It shows kind of economically I can do this, and my wife and I can both work and be very accomplished, but we also have these children, so like we're cooler than you are. And of course, that kind of comparison would raise fertility in an obvious way. And then secondarily, there are a lot of other things that might lower fertility that are not about comparing child quality. So I'll go straight to my picture. So you can post on Instagram about all the cool vacations you've been on. And that's a form of comparison utility. The people on the right there made an Instagram post about their new car so that other people can feel bad about not having a new car. That's a gender reveal party. I missed those, thank God. That's a hike that I went on. And then this is the other introspecting I did. This is not mine and not anyone in this room's Google Scholar profile. And again, I'm sort of on the author's side here. I care a lot about how my citations compare to other people, and that's not a signal of wealth. I could show you my bank account, but I do care about these things. So they do enter my utility function. But of course, all of these things are going to go the other way. So we could put chi terms in for all of these things for social comparisons, and that's going to lower fertility by a different channel. So I think it's a similar story, but it's sort of not through the child quality channel. Okay, what are the policy implications? Well, the paper says it's a negative externality. We should have a Pigouvian tax. That's pretty obvious. If you wanted to extend things, you could say, well, we should have Pigouvian taxes on all these other things. Like if you're going to post on Instagram your new car or something like that, you should pay a Pigouvian tax. Or we should just tax fancy cars or things like that. All the things that I think don't contribute directly to utility but are only status goods should be taxed, but I don't know how we define those. Another policy which I find intriguing is we could just add some randomness to the college admissions process. I think that would be good. Michelle kind of mentioned this point that I'm a little reluctant to say we should start taxing education because I do a lot of growth models, and growth models education has a positive externality, and so we're supposed to subsidize it, not taxed. I think it's a very interesting question of like what they do in these Korean cram schools and in the Russian math and in stuff like that. Is that all just kind of wasteful comparisons? I see a lot of kids come to college with that kind of training, and actually they're really smart and well trained, and I think they do good stuff. So I'm a little wary of taxing that. Okay, I have a further worry that yes, social media has raised the degree of comparison, and that's a bad thing, and maybe we should just tax status comparisons. But at least in the education realm, part of the increased competition is because we have moved to a more mobile and fluid society. So the Ivy League used to be full of the children of rich people who lived in the neighborhood, and over the course of 2 generations, it has become far more meritocratic and allowed Vietnamese kids from Queens who study really hard to get into an Ivy League school and accomplish a lot, and I think that's good. So that is kind of the flip side of this comparison. So in conclusion, I think that this model of hyper-competitive investment in children is clearly part of the story, and it's most applicable, as we all know, in Korea and other places in East Asia where there's this great competition for university admissions. It's not the whole story. I just gave the example of Canada here. Canada has notably sort of flat college admissions. So people stay regionally. They're not sorted severely like they are in the United States, but fertility is still quite low there. I won't show you the slide, but of course the post-2008 decline in US fertility was the same for people with mothers with 4-year colleges and mothers without. Presumably the 4-year college ones are more in this competitive college world. So it was never supposed to be an explanation for everything, so I don't really consider that a failure of the paper, but I am with the authors that I think that this kind of comparison of status thing is definitely part of the story. Thanks.
All right, Steve.
Thanks. Super interesting paper and discussion about what really is a first-order issue. I want to express a few doubts about the particular mechanism emphasized in this paper, but also add some reasons why, more generally, we might think horizontal effects on fertility are important. So I think invidious social comparisons around educational attainment may be a prominent feature of life in the social and professional circles that we travel in. But I question whether that's true for the U.S. as a whole. Basic skills mastery, reading, writing, arithmetic, and so on, are not particularly impressive across much of the U.S. distribution. And my understanding is they've been declining since at least 2013 by these various efforts to make comprehensive assessments and cross-country comparisons. And if people really were focused on educational attainment and getting into the right college, I'd expect to see overwhelming political pressures to improve our public schools, which are abysmal in many parts of the country. There are pressures like that. They're hardly overwhelming. So those are some reasons why I don't think the particular emphasis on the educational motive is compelling in the U.S. context. But beyond the instrumental motives that David mentioned, and some of what Melissa mentioned, I just want to point out there are other horizontal effects at work. So I think about my own personal history. So I'm one of 5 children. I grew up in a Catholic family in an environment in which 5 was not a particularly eyebrow-raising number. The median was probably 4. It affected how all kinds of activities got organized. Families got together, and 3 or 4 or 5 families got together. The parents were all in one section of the house or the yard. The kids were all somewhere else. Mothers, typically, not usually fathers, would take 30-minute shifts to watch the kids and make sure they didn't kill each other. And life was basically organized around that. You could do all your things. If you have 5 kids today, either nobody invites you to the entertainment activities because they are afraid you will come, or you look at what the accommodations are like and you realize this is not for you. So I could go on in this vein, but there really are potentially powerful horizontal effects that can operate through other mechanisms, and I'm quite open to the possibility that they are important. I also want to reiterate the childlessness point that Melissa made. That just doesn't, that resonates, that says to me there are other things that are pushing people away from higher fertility beyond what's emphasized in this paper. And then I just, look, this idea of taxing education and people's efforts to improve the human capital of their kids, I view this as dangerous and nutty. And let's take the South Korean example, where there may be socially excessive forms of education in some respects. But if you look at the broad sweep, South Korea is one of the most successful economic and even political development stories in all of human history. You think that China had a great growth miracle. It's nothing compared to what happened in South Korea since where they came from, the 1950s. So if they've got some social pressures towards high education, that seems to be, I would think, is a big part of their success story. And I certainly wouldn't want to kill that golden goose.
Ben?
Thanks. So 3 quick things. So Melissa said something which I think is really interesting, and I want to understand more. She said maybe it's not about the comparison motive, but the increase in parenting intensity. So why is parenting become so much more intense? Is it that there's this comparison motive, or is it that we have higher utility? We just like hanging out with our kids more. I really don't understand that, and that seems pretty central to understanding at least some of the potential interventions. Secondly, on the comparison motive in social media, on my Facebook page, it is considered taboo to post your kid's GPA, to post your kid's educational attainment. No one would ever say my kid's in AP, whatever. It's not taboo to talk about athletics. So I think athletics are a really important part of this. It's completely fine to brag about your child and athletics. So there's certain things you can brag about and certain things you can't. We saw that with David's example up there. Secondly, thinking about social media, the price is not really salient here, right? Like, I don't post at 2 a.m. when my daughter's throwing up and isn't this hard? I post all of the wins. I would think that social media was actually encouraging people to have more kids. Parenting looks really fun on social media. And and also around the timing of it, where I make a decision whether to have a child or not, and then I don't really observe the cost in terms of the parenting competitiveness until much later. So I have 3 teenage daughters. I am living this, but it didn't really start until 9 or 10, when things got really intense and really competitive. The last thing I'll say, just going back to the point about athletics, is that at least in the social circles that I'm a part of, the capital that goes into athletics dwarfs that goes into education, which is insane. If you want to talk about wasted social capital, I mean, this is number one. The majority of my daughter's teammates have their own coach on their soccer teams. And so if you're thinking about things which are not particularly controversial, I agree with Steve. I really get worried about taxing education in any way, shape, or form. But you can tax athletics in ways which I think would probably be more acceptable to U.S. policymakers.
Elaine?
So I think that your explanation of college competitiveness is really interesting, but I want to raise some things that you may not have yet tried to test that. One is that, of course, there's still a large proportion of American high school graduates who don't go to college. So how could you control across geography? But the fertility decline seems to be across income groups and therefore education groups. So how could you control for that? And then one thing that's really changed over time is the cost of public education, partly because the tax dollars used to support it versus what comes out of tuition has evolved. So can you test for that as a contributor? It's also, it becomes more expensive. Another change is the share of places at state universities that go to either out-of-state students or foreign students. So could you test for something like the share of places going to in-state students at the flagship university in a state? And you probably have some interesting natural experiment on foreign students, or at least Chinese students, starting around 2000. And last, religion's attitude to birth control, most visibly the Catholic churches, have evolved over time. So is that a consideration? And can you check by state with different percentages of the population in different religions?
Okay, we have a question from Valerie Ramey over Zoom. Valerie?
Thank you. This was a really interesting session, both the paper and the discussants. I just wanted to make two comments. First of all, I think thinking about the role of getting into higher education, the tournament motive is so important. And that's why Gary and I titled our paper The Rugrat Race, because there is the idea of the tournament motive. And so some of the investment could be wasteful. I want to echo Steve Davis's point that regulating test scores or any kinds of things like that is a bad idea. I can tell you what happened at the University of California when they got rid of standardized tests. But however, the issue is that the top places are not expanding their slots relative to the lower places. So if you wanted any kind of subsidy, that might be the first place to look. Second, I wanted to suggest that maybe these fertility trends won't necessarily keep going on. And I think that there's a possibility for longer run cycles. And that's because they're learning from older cohorts. There's a wonderful paper by Raquel Fernandez in the AER in 2013 that talked about how women learn by observing older cohorts that you could have a career and children, and that's what led to increased labor force participation. But then, of course, subsequently, women climbed the career ladder, and I wanted to pick up on Melissa Carney's point, is that the current generation of women in their 20s and 30s observed how harried their mothers, my generation, were, and their fathers, because they were trying to do high-powered careers and children. And so that could be part of this decline of fertility, particularly the ones who decide to remain childless. However, as they get older, they're going to start observing that there are a lot of lonely, childless widows and widowers who don't have anybody to take care of them, who don't have anybody to make sure they're not scammed out of their life saving. And that could actually lead to, and they have no nieces and nephews because their siblings didn't have any children. And that could lead people to put more weight on having children.
Dimitris.
Co-authors, sorry. So on the point about social comparisons, there's a beautiful paper by DiMarzo, Ilan Kramer, and Ron Keneal that show that how competition for scarce resources can end up looking a lot like catching up with the Jonases, where the wealth of other people shows up in your value function. So the behavior may be different, but then be the same, but the welfare, or rather the prescriptions are very different. So rather than taxing the faible goods, what you want to do is alleviate scarcity. So figure out what exactly is it, this scarce resource that people are competing for, and slots in education is clearly a first order thing, and maybe trying to alleviate that.
Catherine?
Super interesting paper. On this idea of the shifting priorities that Melissa brought up versus the comparison motive, to me, it seems like they would have different implications for assortative matching, right? If it's just about shifting priorities, you want the guy who wants to go to French Polynesia with you, but if it's comparison motives, you're going to look for the person that went to the good school or, whatever, has good genes. So sorry to be the non-romantic, but it would be interesting to think about the implications this has for matching.
Larry?
So, super interesting paper. One thought that came to my mind that wasn't on that list at all, but feels salient. I grew up in California, and something you see there is that costs have gotten so high that lots of people have their children, their adult children, who are coming and living with them for maybe even up to a decade after they graduate, et cetera. And it feels like there's a whole distribution of outcomes that your children face. There's a lot of uncertainty in life. And so imagine you live in a world in which kind of there's a lottery. Now, it's not just your initial human capital, but there's a lot of randomness in what will happen after those initial investments are made. And in that world, risk-type considerations seem like, if I have any sort of curvature over that, those would affect my incentives in a very similar way. But again, I feel like the policy, one simple way is if it's just that coefficient itself is larger in some places relative to others. So being the best has higher returns in some labor markets like near Silicon Valley relative to others. Then in that world, kind of second moment effects, this is going to basically shift the variance term, and that's going to make people more risk averse and therefore, kind of behave in a similar way. And so just kind of, again, I feel like the policy prescriptions there are totally different. It's about the safety net, making sure that your kids can be okay. It's about the scarcity of educational opportunities, et cetera. So just curious your thoughts on the kind of second moment effects. Thanks.
Justin?
Just while we're talking about social comparisons, I want to let Steve Davis know I was one of 6 kids. So after a day and a half, I'm glad that Brookings has finally moved to a macro paper. And I mean macro because macro is about big questions, and I thought about what's big, and this is just a note of encouragement to my friends over there in the corner. I was thinking about what would happen if someone took one of my kids hostage, and my willingness to pay would be easily 7 figures. And I have 2 of those, so therefore my willingness to pay is enormous. And so to everyone else who's on the program who's been looking at policies that have an impact of less than $1 million per capita, stop looking at the small stuff and start looking at the big issues. So I think this stuff really matters. One thing that's been notably missing is dads. So I arrived here and I sat next to George Akerlof. George asked me about my kid, and I told him. And then I asked George about his kid, and his kid has 1 more QJE paper than my kid. And his kid has tenure. And so maybe that social interaction is something that wouldn't have happened 50 years ago. George and I are both deeply involved dads. And 50 years ago, economists were not deeply involved dads, which means now an average household has twice as many people to do social comparisons, which sort of gives Michelle's force, so rather than looking to Instagram, maybe we should look at dads, because dads care about kids now. I'm talking with my therapist about my dad a lot, so. On this idea of whether or not we should be taxing education, I've got a much better idea. Just choose unsuccessful friends. And then everyone feels better. And so actually, I think you get a direct policy implication here, which is we don't want to tax mumfluencers. We want to subsidize really bad ones. We want lots of people just being really bad at parenting on social media, and then we all feel terrific about ourselves. And then I think, Michelle, you had the courage to take a paper that involves positional externalities and actually say, let's tax the externality. And one of the things that's most striking to me is we economists have a long list of positional externalities. The only one which I'm aware of which there's been policy action on is doping in sports. In almost everything else, we just let it run. And these things, I think it's not very hard to think they're first order. So we allow my daughter to compete on fashion at school, whereas where I grew up, we all had school uniforms, which would be like a really good thing. We don't tax luxury goods enough. And the one I really want to suggest is every time Raj Chetty writes another paper, I feel worse about myself. And so if we could tax that guy, we could all be a lot happier.
Yun Chen?
I would like to offer my observation on yet another policy prescription, which is to ban private tutoring. In China, after the ban, actually these activities went underground. So students sneaked into their teachers' homes to get tutoring, trying not to be noticed by school supervisors or law enforcers. So soon after that, the government kind of realized instead of letting a parallel market forming, they had better legalize it. So they quietly lifted the ban, and now these private tutoring centers reemerged. They have always been there, actually. All I wanted to say is maybe if the scarcity of education resources and the resulting intense competition still exists, it is hard to, banning these private tutoring might not be a good solution or tactic.
Hubin?
I wonder if there's possible to have a opposite direction in the comparison term, because for example, if my child's human capital is the gap between my child's human capital and the benchmark is too high, that I give up comparing or reduce my investment. This is from my personal experience, because a lot of parents are doing so in China. The comparison is too intense. Yeah.
I've certainly stopped comparing myself to Daron. Penny.
Yes, I want to make 3 points. So first, we never discussed why higher fertility rates are considered desirable. As David said, there is no economic theory as to what the fertility rate should be relative to the replacement rate. This is already a very long discussion. I'm not sure we'll have time for that here. Second, as Michelle pointed out, not every country in the world has experienced this decline in fertility rates. And it seems to me we focus very much on the change, not on the level. But Korea, for example, which is a country that always features very prominently in this discussion, it used to be an extremely poor country until 4 decades ago. It had a higher fertility rate at that time. And then in the last 40 years, it grew very fast. And at the same time, the fertility rate went down. So it seems to me, when I look at the graph Michelle showed at the beginning, it seems all countries are converging approximately to similar birth rates. So maybe, given the structure of the labor market, it makes sense for couples to say, we'll have one child and we cannot afford more. So maybe there are some structural reasons regarding the level, not the change. And finally, I think this is a very provocative paper, and I think it intends to be. I take the message of the paper as being comparison motives should be incorporated in the discussion, as this is the only factor driving the decline in fertility rates. And anyone who has put kids through the college admissions process in the US will have a lot of sympathy for the rat race argument. But I'm also very sympathetic to the point David made that part of the reason we face this rat race is college admissions have become more equal, and kids who never had a chance of getting into Harvard or Yale, now they do have a chance. So we need to recognize that. I think part of the frustration reflects not frustration with the investments and the time parents spend managing kids, but the fact that a lot of these investments are considered totally wasteful. If we spend time helping our kids become better in writing, in reading, in math, in improving really important skills, or in being happier, I think most people would be very willing to do that. But there is a sense that you spend a lot of time doing meaningless things. And if that's the case, I think the right policy response would be to encourage colleges to change their college admissions criteria and not to tax education policy or tax human capital, which for the reasons that were pointed out in the discussion can have huge positive effects and actually can be a race to the top, not a race to the bottom, as is now sometimes.
Reed?
Thanks. I just wanted to say that all this discussion has focused on trends in advanced economies, and yet there's still much more variation in fertility rates across countries by income. A stat which always surprises me is that in Mali, the urban fertility rate is 5.7 children per woman. And that was actually the cross-country comparison in levels was what motivated the Becker paper, and my sense is that that's still the leading explanation for those differences. Basically, one, that there's higher or lower returns to, or in higher income countries have higher returns to quality relative to quantity, and that also, I think, with decline of patriarchy, women can value their leisure more. And so for just everyone working on this topic, I'd encourage you to say, can your new theory explain both the cross-section and the trends in the high-income country? And if not, what's the difference?
Adele? Oh. Why don't we take... Oh, okay.
Okay, thanks. I think if we're talking about parenting decisions, we should also be talking about elder care. And in a lot of advanced economies, people are living longer and longer, and it certainly becomes important to your parenting experience whether you need to be also taking care of elderly parents. And it can be exceedingly expensive, enormously time-consuming, and could greatly affect how you feel about your career opportunities, but also the extent to which you're going to invest in more children or higher quality children.
Tatiana?
Okay, thanks. That was really interesting. So as people pointed out, there's a couple of other underlying models that could give rise to similar observed patterns. And in particular, I wonder if the right variable should be education or success in general. And I think that has important policy implications going forward, especially given the first paper with AI, because so far we've had skill-biased technological change and greater inequality. And so it makes sense to have a rat race to get kids more educated. If AI, is relatively beneficial to lower skilled workers, I think maybe we might actually even see, if it is all about success, then it's less important to educate your kid to have them be successful. And I think we can maybe see even a fertility increase because it's less costly to raise a successful child.
Okay, let's bring it back to the authors.
Well, thank you very much for all these questions and comments. I guess that's a lot, so let me try to answer some of them and then also pass on to my co-authors. So one question that came up was, well, why do we, I think Penny said this, why do we need any policy at all? Why is it a goal to increase the birth rate? I couldn't agree more. I think that's precisely one of the reasons we wrote this paper. I think we need to understand what are the frictions and market failures that lead the birth rate to be wrong. Otherwise, we don't need to do anything. And our paper precisely offers one reason. There's a clear externality, and so with this particular comparison motive, it is below what's socially efficient and below what's optimal. But there are other reasons, obviously, and actually in the written paper, we discuss a bunch of the other reasons why the birth rate could be wrong and why there's a need for government intervention potentially. Then there were a lot of, I think, questions and comments on the concrete policy proposals, basically. So, yes, we completely agree. I mean, it's a difficult issue. Taxing education is a very provocative policy, obviously. So we're really trying to just shift the debate. We're saying a lot of the policy that's been implemented, trying to implement in many European countries, and maybe now also the US is sort of catching up, but in many European countries already for decades have been trying to stimulate the birth rate through so-called pronatal policies. And that's usually by giving money to parents, either free childcare or subsidized childcare or just literally tax breaks for giving children for giving birth. So we think maybe that is not the right or the only angle. So if our paper is right and part of the low birth rate is driven by the comparison motive, then we need other kinds of policies. And these were just some ideas on how we could get there. And obviously we need more of a debate and thinking to understand what are the right ones. In terms of the human capital, I think the best way to think about it, I realize it's not in this paper, but that maybe there are two types of human capital investments for the children. Some leading, or two types of education investments, some leading to truly better, improved human capital, but others are more for signaling purposes, like in the Spence signaling model. And so the signaling one, like maybe the athletic stuff, fits in there, but maybe also the music lessons, the piano and all of these things, which are often quite expensive, but also time intensive, because the parents either helping also with the practicing later on or driving the kids all over the place. So it's quite time intensive and monetary intensive. And maybe that itself doesn't really raise the human capital, but at the same time maybe helps them get into a college, because college, the admission process also puts some weight on this extracurricular activities often. But we agree, these are not the final policy proposals, obviously. There was some question, I think Melissa asked about this, and someone else made a comment on the childlessness. Which as an important margin of the low fertility is not just people choosing fewer kids, but also many children choosing not to have any kids. But I want to point out, our mechanism also works on the childlessness angle. In fact, our AER paper on the topic, we showed this very clearly. It happens for a range of parents that basically the aspired child quality, given the comparison motives, the quality they want for their children is so high that they end up choosing no children. Okay? So the same story, the same mechanism works also on the extensive margin. Then there were a bunch of alternative stories suggested, and I guess I can't comment on all of them, but elderly care obviously maybe also a reason for low fertility, because women or middle-aged people, they have to divide their time, and there were a bunch of other stories. And so obviously we're not saying this is the only reason why fertility is low, we're just putting another, I think, overlooked story on the table. And I guess Melissa was talking a lot about the shifting priorities. So I think we don't really disagree on that. So I see our story as one reason why the priorities are shifting. So let me maybe see if my co-authors want to add.
Thank you very much for the excellent comments and all the questions. So let me try to add some points. So we think that the particular interpretation we put using this utility, this might be capturing persons' natural tendency to compare themselves to others, but this could be also a function of institutions like education system, right? For example, or labor market institutions. So, for example, in Korea, for example, education system is heavily based on relative performance. So in school, for example, your kids, they get grade, their ranking within the school, and this is very important for college admission. So this naturally put people, parents, to put a lot of emphasis on relative performance. So we are thinking about this kind of nature, and so then naturally we think that the relative importance of this channel we propose can be very different across countries. So in Korea, this is universally relevant, but in the US, for example, this could be relevant only probably above median income distribution. So that's we acknowledge, also in the paper, I guess. And there was a question about this taxing a school at the coaches, right? So school coaches, I think in the U.S. this availability varies a lot by location, and location choice is essentially a parental investment choice in the U.S. So I guess this is in line with what we suggest, spending money is essentially location choice, which leads to this kind of things, right? And so college attendance rate in the U.S. is quite large. I think 60%, right? And also one thing we also present in the paper but not in the talk is Hispanics. We know from Melissa's recent paper that Hispanics experience the fall in fertility. But if you look at college attendance rate, actually they experience the largest increase in college attendance rate. So there might be some role of the social media like in creating this comparison motive and which affected this group particularly. So, but I mean, this is just suggestive. So, yeah, so that's something I wanted to say. And there were question about the Korean context. So I do believe that in the economic growth context in Korea, there was a role of this education fever. But I think there's no clear answer which drove economic growth. And so it could be industrial policy or, but education played a role, that's for sure. Now, I think the question is like whether the thing that led to education is still ideal for current situation with this intense competition and which affects the parents' utility negatively because they allocate huge resources into kids, which leads to lower fertility as well. So this is something we are talking about. So perhaps the effect of this social comparison on growth, I mean, the importance of this is non-linear as a function of income, right? You want to add something?
I'm just looking if I still have time to add one. Okay, maybe just to end the discussion on this note, I also want to thank a lot for this. So you mentioned the shifting priority story, and that it could be partially about preferences. So maybe it's, I just want to leave you with this idea that if we actually ask prospective parents about their ideal family size and the number of children that they want to have, this is relatively stable at 2 or even higher. So this is in the US, but also in many other countries. So this signals to us that there's really a discrepancy between the desired fertility and the actual fertility, so there must be some kind of constraints that prospective parents are facing. Thank you.
And I wanted to add one point on, I think two people asked about whether, I think Steve Davis, you made this point, whether this is really relevant along the income distribution or just among sort of the people like us. And so I think so. So let me put two pieces of evidence on that. So there's some work by sociologists who are looking at parental aspirations, and they show this has gone up along the income distribution everywhere. It's just the ability to act on the aspirations is much harder, for example, for single moms. So they just don't have the time, the resources to actually, put a lot of this money and time in the children, but they're still facing the same pressure and then choosing to have fewer children also. That's the point by the sociologists. And then also, if you look at there has been a big increase in parental time with children. We know this from Melissa's work, for example, and that's also quite prevalent across the income distribution. This is not just driven sort of from the top. So that's why even if they don't go to college, we think, this kind of competition, maybe for the best apprenticeship or the best, even community college, or, there is some kind of competition for the, everywhere.
Great. So let's thank the authors in the discussions. And we'll break and start up again at noon. Okay, so the third paper of this morning is Who Bears the Burden of Climate Inaction, and Catherine Wolfram is going to present.
Great. Thanks so much to all of you for sticking around. This paper is joint with Kim Klossing and Chris Knittel. And I think of it affectionately as our calculator paper. While we do some estimation of our own, a lot of what we do is draw estimates and elasticities from the literature and do multiplication. So not like super sophisticated methodologically, but based on our informal survey of colleagues, we are getting some answers through the multiplication that are different from people's expectations. So hopefully we are we're moving priors. What do we do? At a very high level, we are trying to assess how U.S. households are currently confronting and experiencing climate change. And we're trying to think about the distribution of the cost associated with climate change. So we can think about this, and the original title that we submitted was The Inequality of Inaction. Also, part of what we're doing is comparing a bunch of different vectors through which people are experiencing climate change. So I'll show you the numbers that we find in a second, but we're finding relatively significant burdens from climate inaction. And we do find that there's inequality, that lower income households and certain geographies that I'll highlight with some maps are disproportionately affected. And then I think somewhat surprisingly, and as I hope I'll convince you, counter to what the economic literature has focused on, we find that weather events and wildfires are far more important than heat and temperature. So here are the 10 vectors that we look at. I'll go through them. You don't have to focus on them too closely right now. I'll highlight the bottom row. So one thing to focus on is that we're going to give a range of estimates. We're calling them our more conservative and our less conservative estimates, although for reasons that I'll get into, we think that they are both still conservative. We think there's still some things that we're omitting, but the less conservative estimates are that U.S. households are experiencing almost $600 in climate-related costs, and that almost 10% of the counties out there are experiencing costs in excess of $900 per household. So first I want to tell you about different inputs into the vectors. Okay, so here is the map of the estimated costs, and you can see that areas in California will hopefully convince you associated with wildfires are experiencing very high costs, as are areas in Colorado associated with higher insurance costs, and also Louisiana and Florida associated with the hurricanes and associated flooding there. Also, this is not yet in the papers. Thought it would be interesting to this crowd. We look at the burdens by counties that voted for Harris and counties that voted for Trump and find that they're almost identical. If anything, the counties that voted for Trump are experiencing higher average costs associated with climate change. Okay, so there are different inputs that we're using into the vectors. One of the important inputs, or the ones that we all associate with climate change, is heat. On the left, this is a measure of cooling degree days. That's basically, how many days and how far above 65 degrees it is. What we're plotting here are changes between 1981 to 1990 and kind of the current period. On the right degrees it is, and the key message here is that everything's red. Yes, it's gotten hotter. Almost universally, there's a little bit of blue in the heating degrees, meaning that people have more heating degrees, but in general, you're seeing a lot of temperature increase in the US here. The other important input is wildfire smoke. So relying on some work from Marshall Burke and co-authors, this is a plot of increases in particulate matter from wildfire smoke between 2006 to 2010 and the current period, 2020 to 2024. And again, you can see kind of the California areas, but also interesting some of the northern states in the US associated with Canadian wildfire smoke that's blowing into the US. Another important input is going to be the floods and hurricanes, storms. I don't have a map of that, but we have some depiction of that in the paper. So one of the important things to think about is how much of the observed change in wildfire smoke and temperature and storms can be attributed to climate change. As I said, we're going to take a less conservative approach and a more conservative approach. For temperature, the climate science suggests that basically all of the temperature increase is due to climate change. In fact, the climate models, the current climate models, kind of predict that the US should be warmer than it is now. So in our estimates, we're going to attribute all changes in temperature to climate change. For storms, we're going to use a range of either 6% to 1/3. The 6% is based on some insurance company modeling with a relatively conservative assumption there about reinsurance. And the 1/3 is based on historical evolution of storm and flood damages, and is also consistent with some of the scientific literature on attribution of current events in the US. For wildfires, we're going to look to the scientific literature there. We think it's about 50 to 80% of current PM 2.5 from wildfire is due to climate change. Some of the wildfires would have happened without climate change, but the estimates are that 50 to 80%. So method and data, as I said, we're going to use the current literature as a guide, pull estimates and elasticities from the current literature. And for all 10 of the vectors, we're going to have a different estimation approach. We're going to come up with the dollars per household, so that's going to allow for a holistic comparison, but it's not literally like an apples to apples comparison that we can do. And I'll explain when I go through some of the vectors what the methodologies are. So we do find that home insurance is the biggest item that people are experiencing now, that the average household is experiencing $250 of increased premiums associated with climate change. To derive this number, we rely on some very good work by Ben Keyes and Philip Mulder. They have 47 million observations from mortgage escrow accounts. They have information there on what people's insurance premiums are. They work with climate modelers at these insurance companies to get risk scores associated at a very granular level, associated with the different households. And then they econometrically associate those risk scores with the premiums. What we do is using the same climate model that they use to forecast out to 2050, we backcast and find what the risk scores would have been without climate change. And so that's where we come up with the 6% number. That suggests that about 6% of current insurance premiums are due to storms associated with climate change. We also, though, use our 1/3 estimate based on some of the other scientific literature. That's what we've plotted here. This is our less conservative estimate. And so, as I said, you can see that some of that is California. Some of that is wildfires, but we can't back out the wildfire part of the insurance, so we're kind of lowballing it and saying that only 1/3 of it is due to climate change. But then you can see that the coastal areas, again, experiencing big increases in insurance premiums. Okay, so probably our most sophisticated estimate is for this graph, and it comes up with, so the insurance number was $250. This graph, we came up with $10. So, a lot of work, but not as important a number. This is a measure of changes in energy use, and essentially what we're doing is taking a survey of energy use that also includes information on the heat that people are experiencing, the cold that they were experiencing, as well as their demographics. And then we use machine learning to kind of identify which demographics are best at predicting the energy expenditures, and the machine learning model picks out the temperature variables as well, and then use that to kind of project onto every census tract in the country what their energy expenditures would be, kind of with the climate associated changes in temperature and without. And just what happens is that people are spending more on air conditioning, for sure. We have a graph or a map in the table in the paper that shows that, but they're also spending less on heating. And so on net, it's a $10 increase. So the economic literature in environmental economics is really focused on the relationship between heat and mortality. And so here we do our own estimation although we follow the literature and use a fourth order polynomial, this is the shape of the estimate that we get, and then again we shift the temperature distribution here and recover the associated mortality. You can see that people do die from it being cold, and so things getting warmer is going to give us fewer cold-related deaths, but also some more hot-related deaths. On net, we find kind of a -1 associated with this, so it's kind of balancing out. But just in general, the temperature-related mortality that we're seeing is swamped, is like 1/30th the size of the other mortality that we're seeing, which is the PM2.5. I'll show you that in a second. On the inequality front, we estimate for different demographic groups, and we find that Blacks and lower income people are more sensitive to temperature, both at the cold end and at the hot end. So, are benefiting from the reduction in cold days, but suffering with the increase in hot days. Okay, particulate matter exposure is like our second biggest thing relative to where insurance is the first. And so here are the counties that are experiencing the most particulate matter exposure. What we're doing is translating that into mortality using a particulate matter to mortality elasticity from Tatiana's work, so very inspired discussant choice. We didn't predict that this was going to be or expect that this was going to be so important, but we're looking at elderly mortality, and then using a value of statistical life year, because mortality amongst the elderly is not associated with that many more life years or that many life years lost. So that's what we come up with there. And again, PM2.5 exposure is negatively correlated with income, and so when we translate that into mortalities, we see that the cost associated with mortality as a share of income is higher for the lower income deciles. Okay, so in the remaining 3 minutes, I'll tell you a bit about some of the categories that I didn't talk about. One thing we do is we take our estimates for home insurance and then scale them up because, presumably people's local dry cleaners, the supermarkets, et cetera, are experiencing higher insurance costs as well. So we scale those up. The energy costs I'm not going to talk about because that's on the price side, and I didn't talk about that. We also have estimates on costs borne by government, crop losses, again, from the literature, and then mortality costs associated with natural disasters. That's like just using NOAA's numbers on how many people die from floods and hurricanes. So there are many caveats here. I think there are a number of omissions. We go through some of them in section 5.2. One is that we're not thinking about non-mortality health costs. So there is definitely work that shows that PM2.5 from wildfires leads to increased emergency room visits. We're not measuring something like that. We're not measuring any adaptation costs other than the change in electricity for air conditioning. We are definitely undercounting some factors. There's literature that suggests that floods and hurricanes can lead to increased deaths like for years after the events, and we're just using NOAA's estimates that are right at the event. And some of our other estimates or some of our other caveats I'll skip for the purposes of time. What I want to highlight, though, is thinking about temperature-related costs versus non-temperature-related costs, because I think this is an important point vis-a-vis where the literature is. So in general, we're finding that the temperature-related costs, the energy cost increases, the crop losses, and the mortality costs are a small share. It's less than 1% of our total estimate of how American households are experiencing climate change. Compare that to the social cost of carbon estimates, where kind of temperature-related effects on health, energy, labor productivity, and agriculture are 99% of the estimate. So, it's a 2% versus a 99%. It's really flipped. I think it could be the case, and this is one of our caveats, that the US is different, and so ideally we would do studies like what we have done for other countries, and maybe we would see that temperature-related issues are more important in those other countries. But I think it's also worth considering that economists really like things that are very precisely estimated. And we have these nice temperature shocks that we can claim are exogenous. And people are looking at temperature shocks at a given county and looking at mortality there compared to mortality in counties that didn't have those temperature shocks. And so I think we need to consider the fact that the literature has looked under the lamppost, and that we need to broaden what the discussion is about the climate-related impacts. That's not to say that there is no work on the wildfires and the storms. There's some very good work that we drew on, but the balance, I think, is reflected in the social cost of carbon estimates here. Okay, so just to conclude, I guess I'm out of time. I will leave these lessons up, but looking forward to the discussants' comments and the comments from the room. Thanks so much.
Our first discussant is Tatiana Deriogina.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to discuss. This was a really interesting paper to read. It's based on a really simple but very important idea, and actually I'm kind of surprised that nobody has written this paper before, because it's an important question to ask. So we've known about climate change for decades. We know we're living with some of the costs of climate change, but nobody has yet quantified those costs. We've been focused on projecting what will the costs be 20, 30, 50 years from now, but it's really worth asking, what has it cost us already, and how is this burden distributed? If you've ever been to a conference where somebody uses current data to estimate the relationship between, let's say, temperature and income, and then tries to project it into the future, you'll see how passionate people feel. Some people feel about, you shouldn't do that. Technology is going to change. Everything is going to change. I don't believe any of your numbers. So you would think that it would be easier to do kind of a backward-looking analysis and think about, well, what has it cost us already? The technology was what it was, et cetera, et cetera. But it's actually also very challenging because we need to think about, well, which observed changes are attributable to climate change. And I agree with the authors that with temperature, it's pretty easy. Like, there's no kind of confounding factor that we know about that would seriously make us think that the temperature changes we've observed are from anything other than climate change. For extreme events, that is a much harder question, because the damage that gets caused is not just a function of the physical attributes of whatever weather phenomenon we're thinking about, but also of the capital that is in place, of the income that's in place, et cetera, et cetera. And so that is really challenging. We also want to know how much adaptation has already occurred, because obviously if there's been significant adaptation, then looking at damage is not enough. You also need to know what damage would have been realized had we not invested in these adaptive technologies, or really you should know what has it cost, right? Maybe the damage is irrelevant if you understand how much we've spent on adaptation and you add that to the cost. So this paper is really ambitious in trying to do all of that. And because it is so ambitious, it's in some sense easy to critique, because it's essentially made up of many standalone papers, is the way I think about it. As Catherine said, the methodology is different for energy costs versus extreme event damage, and so on. And each component does require, fairly strong assumptions, but you sort of have to do that if you want to put all these costs together. At the same time, it's a hard paper to critique, because I think the authors do a really great job about being upfront about the assumptions that they make, and they present both more and less conservative estimates. And I think, they're not off by an order of magnitude, right? So there is a range, and I think it's probably close to the right range if I had to bet my kids, college tuition on it, since we're doing that today. Okay, so I'm going to focus on my comparative advantage, which is extreme weather events. Also, these are key components of the overall cost. Another key component is, of course, mortality costs from wildfire smoke, but that's based on a paper that I wrote with people, so there's nothing wrong with that methodology at all. Okay, and then within extreme weather events, it's really floods and hurricanes that are key drivers of damage. So by an order of magnitude, the total damage from floods and hurricanes exceeds other disasters. But especially when it comes to hurricanes, the damage is really unpredictable. So in 2005, Hurricane Katrina was a record-breaking storm, but partly it's because the levees in New Orleans failed. If they hadn't failed, it would have still caused damage, but it could have caused much less damage. On the other hand, there have been events where we've also gotten lucky. So Hurricane Ian, a couple of years ago, was projected to hit Tampa Bay head-on. Had it done that, it ended up kind of missing it by a little bit and hitting a slightly different area, devastating that, but not hitting a place with as much capital. If it had, we may have had another record-breaking storm. So what I'm going to do is use the same data that the authors do to calibrate their less conservative damage estimate. The data set is called SHELDAS, and just take state year observations because they're not individual events in there, but it's a pretty good proxy for like big events, bad year, good year, and so on, since natural extreme events that cause a lot of damage are fairly rare. And I'm going to bootstrap from the 1960-1980 data, which is the baseline no climate change period, and also 2020-21, a little different from what the authors do because I have a slightly different version of the data, to just get a sense of how different the conclusions about damage trends could have been. So basically what the authors do is they take the average in inflation-adjusted per capita damage in 2020-21, or in their case, a bit later, compared to the baseline period, and use the difference as what's attributable to climate change. And this is the distribution that you get. Ignore the x-axis a little bit because I'm getting slightly different numbers than the authors are, and we're trying to reconcile exactly why that is. But I am pretty confident that in the amount of dispersion that you would get. So basically, some of these have 2 Hurricane Katrinas in them, some of these have none. And I think this gives a good estimation of, the uncertainty in terms of what could the outcome have been had we gotten more or less lucky, under the same assumptions about climate change. The other thing that I do think the authors should do is control for real GDP growth. So this is real GDP growth per capita from 1960. And so that means that even absent climate change, we would expect damage from natural disasters to go up just because GDP per capita has been going up. And that's currently not in the author's adjustments. So I went ahead and did this with the SHELDAS data, basically calculating damage per dollar, which is on the right y-axis, and that is in red, and the trend, the SHELDAS trend that the authors use, the per capita damage, is in blue and on the left axis. And of course, the scales are different. The spikes, by the way, that you see are the hurricanes. So that underscores just how important they are in driving the overall damage trend. In the mid-1990s, which is not in the author's data, or they don't use it to fit the damage, that's Hurricane Andrew, then we have Hurricane Katrina, then we have Hurricane Harvey are the 3 big spikes. And so those kinds of events are, of course, really going to drive conclusions about evolution of per capita disaster damage. And the per capita adjustment maybe doesn't seem like it makes, the GDP per capita adjustment doesn't seem like it makes that much of a difference. But then when you do the same kind of simulation using damage per dollar of GDP, you get a much smaller implied increase in damage. There's still a lot of uncertainty, and I think that uncertainty is important to emphasize. Again, on one hand, maybe we want to know an exact number, and then you don't want to bootstrap things. But if we're thinking about this as being useful for the near future in terms of thinking about, well, what damage, what costs might households have to pay next year, then thinking about the uncertainty potentially becomes important. And you see that when you do adjust for GDP, you do get some scenarios where damage hasn't really increased meaningfully. Okay, so I have 3 minutes, and I'll make a couple more specific suggestions. So the insurance data that they use is really fantastic, but we also know that households in the US are underinsured. Even households that hold insurance coverage typically don't have enough to fully rebuild their home if it's completely destroyed. And so I think the one big piece that's could be added in that would add a non-trivial amount of cost is the Small Business Administration's disaster-related loans that you could get data on. There were about $28 billion in loans made between 2016 and 2025. They are also subsidized, so that could be a cost component to the federal government. But that probably is going to be pretty small, but the loans themselves are only available for uninsured damage, and so they're a complement to insurance costs. There's also work about on firefighting costs and just how much money, mainly the state of California, because that's where a lot of the wildfires are, has spent fighting fires. And that's actually a subsidy to insurance, right? Because if insurance companies know that the government is going to come and try to put out the fire, they charge you less for insurance and so on. But that's obviously a social cost, and it could be a non-trivial one. Another thing that's missing from the current cost that I think could be added in is the cost of flood insurance. So people with mortgages living in high flood risk areas are in theory required to hold flood insurance, but this provision is poorly enforced, and it's missing from the author's current data. But flood is a disaster that there's widespread agreement among climate scientists is going to substantially increase as a result of climate change, probably has already increased, as Catherine has alluded to, work in the scientific literature. And so I think that is really important to add in. The authors have told me that they might be able to get some first read data on that, but if not, at least I think adding in the flood damage specifically from Sheldus on top of the insurance costs would be helpful, especially because a lot of people who should have flood insurance don't have it. Maybe some of them are ending up taking out loans afterwards, but I suspect a lot of those losses are just going uncovered, so they wouldn't show up unless you add them in explicitly. And with that, I will hand it back to the organizer. Thank you.
And our second discussant is Wolfram Slenker.
Thank you again to the organizers for having me. Great conference. I want to sort of follow up on what Tatjana said and sort of discuss this project. It's a really nice, important work. I think people have often focused on individual sectors. What's really nice about this paper is they ask what's already happened. They don't look at what the predictions are for the future and sort of whether this actually varies between groups. It's a very ambitious paper because you bring in so many sectors together. Most people just write paper on one sector, and the nice thing is sort of to compare them. She didn't talk much, Catherine, on sort of what they do with the energy data, but since this is a county level mostly analysis, and since there's a lot of heterogeneity within counties, if you want to think about inequality, they do this vast exercise of trying to basically approximate a distribution of energy expenditures within a county. I think it's a very important paper. I think two things she's already basically emphasized is that there is already an effect of climate change. It also highlights those huge spatial spillovers. So, the smoke from Canada is hitting us in the Northeast and so forth. There's currently a huge debate at EPA whether we should use a national-only social cost of carbon, meaning only counting national costs and benefits, or the global one. And it's just another sort of argument for why those global perspective is really important for a project like that. I would like to push another angle, but I think this is a sort of an important contribution. The United States has sort of one of the lower acceptances of climate change. I'll show you a graph in a second. There's a really nice recent paper by Bordini et al., which basically looks at within congressional districts about which ones have warmed more and which ones have really warmed less, facing the same candidate. And so you see that their shift towards more pro-environmental policies is more for the people that have warmed more. And I come back to that in a second. So here's this paper by that just came out this spring. You see that the United States is among the countries that still believes in climate change, but it's on the lower end, and whether we should do something about it. There's also this continuing survey that Yale has on the perceptions of climate change. This is the answer to the question, how worried are you about global warming? And one thing you see here is sort of the coast worry a lot about, the interior worries less. It's not really just a red-blue sort of Democratic versus Republican. You see, for example, South Carolina has quite a bit of red. They worry about it. They face hurricanes. So I think a lot of it actually is not just political divide, also whether you have experienced it. I'm going to push on this in a bit more. Maybe this is the first law of discussants, but if the paper is good, the discussion just goes on and down rabbit holes. So allow me to sort of make 4 points that are maybe not really that relevant, but what I basically do in the rest of the time is I want to talk a bit about temperature, because Catherine focused a lot on temperature. It really depends a lot on what part of the temperature distribution you look on. That's sort of my first point. I want to talk a bit about the 3 sectors they found the biggest effects and sort of some of the modifications, and then potentially 2 other sectors which I think could be sizable. The second one is not as sizable, but it's beneficial, and then sort of something on how they pick the time periods. So the first one is temperature really is like, you saw the picture for cooling degree days and heating degree days that energy companies often use, but it really focuses on a deviation from your optimal average temperature, which is like, if you went to the hotel yesterday, the thermostat is set at like 65 degrees Fahrenheit, so this is sort of what we aim for. But as it turns out, the distribution of temperature changes is very different both across the US and across the different temperature percentiles. So to sort of capture this, I'm going to show you something. This is degree days. So cooling degree days and heating degree days is basically this. You look at how much temperatures exceed certain thresholds or fall below certain thresholds. You measure how much you're above for how long, and then you just add it up. So this is basically the graph that you've seen already from Catherine, just at a finer resolution. So this is basically cooling degree days above 65 degrees Fahrenheit. You see how it's gotten warmer in the south. Now, if I change the bound, and I don't do this for like 18 degrees Celsius or 65 degrees Fahrenheit, but I only look at the upper tail, the extreme temperature. And as you've seen for the mortality relationship that Catherine showed you, really what matters is the tails of the temperature distribution. This is basically what happened to degree days above 86 degrees Fahrenheit or 30 degrees Celsius. And there is this sort of weird oddity that the US is in, is that extreme temperature, especially in the Midwest, has actually gone down. It's only the US and India, and I'll come back to a global perspective in a second, but in a way, weather for the United States, if you think about what has happened over the last 40 years, weather for large parts of the United States has been good. So it's actually, we haven't really seen, especially sort of in the mid-region, a lot of climate change, as we've seen in many other parts of the world. So what is then the reason for this? Why does it? There's sort of competing hypotheses. I have a couple of colleagues at Harvard, Peter Hybers and several, who basically say it's a feedback from agriculture. The idea if we plant more densely, we have more transpiration by plants, and this transpiration cools the atmosphere. Think about sprinklers in a restaurant in Arizona. And there's other people, this is like the Journal of Climate, that sort of say not at all. It has something to do with summertime precipitation. So this is basically looking at temperature over the summer months. And so if you look at the Tmax on the top left here, it's just so apparent how it's this huge chunk in the middle of the US that just has not seen a climate trend. So California is very different. The whole West Coast has warmed a lot. You can also look at minimum temperature. The minimum actually has gone up, and that's actually good because we don't like the cold winters. So this is sort of this weird oddity in the US. We've gotten nothing of the bad heat in most of the central and eastern United States, but we've gotten rid of the cold. I mentioned before, this is now a global picture where you sort of see it's a different scale, so you can't compare it directly. Again, it's sort of the US has sort of this cooling. The other big one is India. There's also different debates, whether it's irrigation there as well, whether it's just a lot of pollution, because pollution actually cools things down if you have a lot of aerosols, or also a change in wind patterns. You see a lot of the heating in the Middle East, and as a result of them getting hotter, the winds might have changed. Anyway, but one of the things is sort of a bit of a pushback when you say temperature is definitely just given and has nothing to do. There's also land use change and human practice changes that could potentially impact the temperature. Finally, then, this is sort of the mirror image here, where you look at the change in below freezing, and you sort of see how everything in the Northeast has basically had milder winters, which I'm very appreciative of. But as a result, sort of, if you looked at if you remember the Yale graph on sort of climate one, which had this missing thing in the middle, the South has seen more heat, the North has seen less winter, sort of noticeably something different as well. The middle is the one where there hasn't been much of a change. Okay, let me go a little bit on the sector-specific one. The biggest one is hurricane and flooding. So this is actually from Solomon Young. This is his dissertation when he was a student at Columbia. And the US is just a huge outlier. This basically just plots the marginal sensitivity to hurricane damage as a function of your wealth. And as you expect, there's a downward slope. Richer countries are less susceptible. For example, you see Japan here on the right. Japan is rich, has almost no effect of hurricanes. Well, here's the US. The US is just rich and super susceptible. You saw, Tatiana showed you this. We had Hurricane Katrina, $140 billion damage. It's just really out of whack from many other countries. So what do other countries do? This is like Japan, as I just mentioned. They have this huge caverns under the city that can basically absorb floodwater. I was on sabbatical in Zurich 2 years ago, and I went over some bike rides, and I was wondering what the hell they're building. And so there was a river flood, and if you remember Catherine's plot, the one region that actually has a huge insurance increase is Vermont too, and it's mostly river flooding because they had several river floods. So this is Lake Zurich here. Interestingly, I can't, do I have a pointer? No. Right at the lake is where Swiss Re's headquarters is, the reinsurance company. And so you see a side river coming in that basically causes flooding. And so what did they do, which is just really amazing? They just dug a huge tunnel from the valley into the lake. So whenever there's now a flood, they just channel all the water. They would have basically hit the city. Oops, I can't go back. They basically would have gone into the city, now basically goes into the lake. So you can basically do a lot of adaptation measures, and the US hasn't really done them. The only reason why I mention this, we talk about damages, and I'm not quibbling with the methodology they're doing, but a lot of those damages happen because the US invests much less in those adaptive measures than other countries. Okay, the second one is wildfire risk. So when I started out as an assistant professor, there was another person at UC San Diego. His name is Tony Westerling. He's written like 30 papers on wildfires. So people have basically predicted for a long time that wildfires will go up. The one thing I would like to say too is when you talk about temperature, where there's non-temperature effects, wildfires are in a way a temperature effect because what happened is that we have less snowfall in the winter, we have therefore drying of the soil, and therefore the stuff just combusts. So it's smoke, it's from wildfires, but it also directly depends on temperature and rainfall patterns. I skip over this because of the time. So one thing that's sort of unique about air pollution is that you see there's been this trend break. So we've really cleaned up the atmosphere. So you see this downward trend across different regions in the US. And over the last couple of years, it's been picking up. And that's sort of the role of wildfire smoke. There's a companion paper that just came out in Nature last week by Q et al. They also they basically train a machine learning model to predict an increase in wildfire smoke. They also find a huge effect on mortality. And they're slightly higher than what you find. I think one modification is so you use sort of the PM response from Tatiana. which is a very well identified PM response. The thing, though, about PM to remember is it's a catch-all phrase for small articles. So unlike carbon monoxide, which we regulate, which is just one particular chemical atom, PM is all kinds of small articles. There's now a lot of research that shows that the PM from wildfires is actually much more harmful than PM that we get from combustion in sort of other processes, because we regulate those processes to basically have the optimal amount of excitation, all this other stuff. While wildfires, we just burn people's TVs and other things, and it sort of all goes up in smoke. And therefore, it's much more damaging. So you most likely have a bit of a lower bound there. On the other hand, on the mortality effects, there's been several papers that basically documented that the relationship between mortality and heat has been going down over time, whether that's due to ACs, or there's a new paper here by Mullins and White thinking it's due to basically healthcare access and cooling centers. Most likely this thing is flattening. And there's a really nice new paper by Jeff Schrader that basically looks at the effect of temperature shocks on mortality and finds you find a null result if they're correctly forecasted, but finds really strong results if they're not correctly forecasted. So the idea is, if I know it's getting hot and I can adjust, then much less people die. Okay, so what are then the other two sectors, point 3, that I think that could be potentially large that are not included? The first one is housing prices. So Fairweather et al. Have this like RNRDR that's basically looking at an experiment they ran with Redfin, where they basically told half of the population what their flood risk score is. It's the First Street Foundation that you guys use as well. And one graph they do is they basically look at the share of the people in the market that have the information, and as the share of the people with the information goes up, of the high-risk property, the housing prices really goes down. So you have to make a lot of assumptions about linearly scaling this up, but the results are like humongous. It's like an $85,000 decline, so in terms of cost, this would potentially be a really large one. The reason is that it basically doesn't just look at past trends, but since home prices are forward-looking, it sort of incorporates all the discounted stream of future ones that we get. The second one, on sort of the positive note, Albury et al. Have this nice paper about how we value climate. And like anything, there's sort of an intermediate bliss point. You don't like the extremes. Now, since vast part of the US has seen not an increase in the extreme heat, but have seen a decrease in sort of the cold, you could think that this is actually one of the positive side effects of what the US has experienced, just in terms of amenity value. Okay. Oh, I'm out of time, but the only thing I basically want to conclude on then is you compare the recent 5 years to like 10 years before. You have to be a little bit cautious just when we sort of do those generalizations. The last 4 years have been a really strong La Nina effect. They have really strong effect in the US, for example, in terms of rainfall and so forth. So the question is how generalizable it is. But very nice paper again, and I really enjoyed reading it.
All right, let's open it up. Tristan.
Thanks. So this is a super interesting paper, just covering the heterogeneity. But I have to say, my main reaction to it was that the level of these costs seems very low. So relative to household income, we're talking less than 1%, much less than any private action a household could take, like buying a more efficient air conditioner or electric car. Also less than frivolous expenditure, like I looked up on Perplexity, households spend $1,000 a year across all households on sports betting. So this seems to suggest that there's no hope to mobilize a political coalition to take action on climate change. I want to ask, do you think that's right? And then I also want to ask, or I want to propose a hypothesis, which is that there's another area of costs which are about pollution and particulate matter from autos and plants. Tim Besley has this great paper showing you can justify shutting down coal plants based on air quality improvements alone. And so does that mean that the climate movement, if it's actually relevant based on these costs, should emphasize pollution in addition to climate change? Thanks.
Larry?
So apologies if I missed this in the talk, but I was just curious how you think about the stock flow type imbalances here, because typically when I think about new technologies, the new technologies are a lot more efficient than the old technologies. And so if we're kind of measuring flow costs, then on the one hand, I make a big lumpy investment now to reduce my flow costs later. And kind of depending on where we put that investment, it seems like it might have a really big effect on what we think these numbers are. And likewise, just in places where you don't have air conditioning, but now you need air conditioning, that's a huge expense. And so just kind of how those factor into the calculations.
Mark?
Thanks. This is a really helpful paper. I think it makes estimating the effects of climate change a little more real. And climate change is one of the world's worst political issues in that the politicians think that benefits are uncertain and in a distant future, and the costs are up front, like a change in the price of gasoline or energy or something. And really what this paper does, I think, is begin to bring some of those costs up front so you can actually make some kind of comparison. I think the one thing that might be a little useful is to kind of project some of these out a little bit into the future so that you can say, here are the policy changes that you may want to be making going forward.
Neil Barotra?
It's a really nice paper. I wanted to underscore, I think, something that the discussants mentioned, correcting for both changes in home prices and then changes in the cost of, so not just for GDP, but changes in the cost of replacing structures. So structures, their price index has risen much faster than overall prices. And then the other thing is, I think it would be nice to compare your estimates to what to sort of the damage estimates that you get from the recent set of papers that have tried to estimate climate damages. So Pete Kleinau's paper with Ishan and Bilal Kanzik, they all have estimates of, given the amount of warming that we've seen, what is the cost in terms of US GDP, and you have sort of a bottoms-up comparison that would be helpful to see there.
Samantha Gross?
Thanks. I would like to emphasize a point that I saw Wolfram mention in his discussion, and that is the U.S. as an outlier in the hurricane and flood damage compared to our position with respect to GDP. And that really reflects a policy choice. We here in the U.S. have decided that we would rather pay to recover from disasters than to mitigate them. And that has likely led to higher mitigation costs today. And so one of the things I agree with others who have really appreciated that the fact that the paper focuses on current costs. But I'd also would really like to see a little more emphasis on the fact that these current costs reflect current and past policy choices, particularly with respect to the kinds of natural disasters that are driving the cost overall.
Christy?
Again, like everyone, I found this paper incredibly useful and really eye-opening. I just had two thoughts about using the homeowner's insurance premium as a way of getting at some of these damages. So and the two comments go in opposite directions. So my sense is on that there's been, over the period you look at, insurers kind of woke up and said, holy hell, we've been underestimating things. So I just wonder, our risks. So I'm wondering if that might make you overstate what the costs are going to be, at least if you try to go forward. But the other was, anyone who's lived in California knows quantity rationing in insurance is a big deal. And so that could be something that says, in fact, it's much higher than your numbers suggest.
Tarek?
Sorry, do I understand correctly that if we now kind of estimated instead on like changes in house prices in Tampa Bay, like we would get much higher numbers? Like, so, sorry? Can you say that again? Do I understand correctly that if we kind of calculated the cost based on the observed changes in house prices in Tampa Bay, like that they went down like 5%, massively valuable capital stock, it seems to me that you would get much bigger numbers than the ones that you've calculated.
If you're...
I mean, I think one response is going to be that is potentially just capitalizing the insurance cost that we are measuring, that we already have that because we have the insurance cost.
Adele?
Thanks. I really like this work, and I congratulate the authors on what I think is a really important contribution. In part, it's not just these average costs, but it's the distributional aspect in the discussion, because so much of the discussion around climate policy is around the distributional outcomes. And so I think getting at the climate costs in those same terms can really help the policy discussion. And so I would encourage the authors to also build out the discussion around socioeconomic distributional aspects as well as the regional, and I know you guys are thinking about that. But I also want to emphasize there are a lot of ways in which you're conservative that you didn't mention. So for example, we talked about insurance capitalization, but insurance only covers structures. So if your land becomes uninhabitable, that is not covered in the insurance dimension of those costs. You're not talking about costs to the U.S. from climate damages abroad, which could be significant through prices of traded goods or geopolitical risk and conflict. And there's whole channels of damages that aren't in here. And just to name a few, ocean acidification, vector-borne disease, ecosystem services in its full range. And then again, like others have said, avoided damages are rising on the margin, or we think they would be. So these are the costs we're never going to get rid of, and without maybe extensive adaptation, or in maybe even then. So thinking in terms of how do you frame this to inform like that incremental policy for emissions abatement would be really helpful. But great work.
Elaine?
So fascinating paper and great discussions. In looking at costs that come from insurance and recovering from hurricanes and also extreme rain events, I wonder whether changes in the way we urbanized and built our cities, though, may be driving things up. And let me give a couple different examples here. So one, so my husband's a Louisianian, right? So Louisiana had two giant hurricanes, Hurricane Camille in, I believe, 1968, Hurricane Katrina in 2005. I think it's reasonable to say that Louisiana had become less rural, more urban, and so there would be more people in New Orleans and region to have been hit this, so the real estate's going to be different. The density, if a hurricane hits any given geography, it's going to hit more houses and arguably more that cost more. Similarly, if you think about, is it Ian that hit Houston? No, but the big hurricane that Harvey that hit Houston, right? Houston is the epitome of urban sprawl. It has grown extremely rapidly, and one of the factors in the degree of the damage is the extent to which it has become paved. So there is not natural drainage. And do we have are we overestimating? For all the things you may be underestimating, are there some things that it's becoming more costly, not because the storms are more severe, but because our environment is actually less resilient to it?
Steve?
Thanks. I want to make first something explicit, which I think is implicit in many of the comments, which is if we take the numbers in this paper at face value, and it tells us very little, almost nothing about what the appropriate policy response should be. There are various ways to mitigate or adapt that would reduce the policy cost. My understanding is that forest management practices, for example, greatly influence the frequency, scale, and costs of wildfires. Building in flood zones and low-lying coastal areas obviously has a huge impact on the effects of hurricanes and floods. And even if you get to the decision you want to abate carbon emissions, well, then there's a whole set of questions around, well, to what extent do you want to do that through regulation versus prices? There's carbon capture. Do you want to focus on geoengineering technologies that might help us head off the very worst possible outcomes if they were to emerge suddenly? So I just want to make that point. Secondly, I want to pick up on something that was hinted at earlier. when I look back at the history of U.S. environmental policy, I look back to the 1970s and the Clean Air Act and Clean Water Act. These seem to me to have been quite successful politically and in terms of their outcomes. And one reason is because I think the benefits were very tangible and concrete to people. So I think somebody made the point about the coal-burning power plants. Okay, well, they're huge local and regional benefits to either shutting coal-burning power plants or greatly controlling their emissions so that they don't have such harmful effects. I think, go back to forest management practices again. Regardless of whether you think the globe is going to increase temperatures a lot or a little in the coming decades, it seems self-evident that our forest management practices are deficient. Those are things people understand very well. So I just want to question the whole political viability of the strategy that's been used to deal with carbon warming. And I think carving it off into pieces of smaller, more concrete environmental problems that are often related to global warming in some way, but have particular local manifestations, it's maybe easier to build political coalitions to address those problems, especially as I learned from in this paper that the United States is somewhat on the favorable end of the spectrum with respect to the direct fallouts of global warming. So maybe it's not so surprising that the U.S. is an outlier, at least among rich countries, in the modest levels of support to respond to global warming.
David?
First of all, I agree with everyone. That's a really nice paper. I really learned a lot. I want to pick up on both what the authors and Adele said about all the things that aren't here, and then the comments from Wolfram in the discussion, also Tarak, about house prices. So I think for relatively narrowly confined things, wildfires and flood damage, it seemed to be possible to look at house prices with some kind of, matching differences in areas not exposed, and try to get a different way of going about it. And then you could compare it. Is this just roughly equal to some reasonable capitalized insurance costs plus mortality things, or is it way bigger? And I think sort of implicit in some of what you were saying at the end, some of what Adele was saying as well, is there are a lot of things that are left out, and you were very clear about that. But in the case of wildfires, there's uninsured losses, including the risk to your family heirlooms you can never, or if the land becomes uninhabitable, non-mortality, health costs. It's stressful to live in an area. If I know my house might burn down, I might choose to just not live in the area, even if it was fully insured. That would affect house values. And also expected future. If I live there, I'm going to have to invest in various adaptation things that would not show up at all in your estimate. So if you were, within, I think you shouldn't be aiming to show, oh, yes, this matches what we'd expect. The question is, how far off is it? Is it 50% too low? Is it a factor of 3 too low? And I think that would be extraordinarily, I think that would be very informative.
Just one follow-up comment. The evolution of this paper has been really interesting over time. The first draft that we got was around the time Los Angeles was burning. And then that was the initial proposal, and then the first draft over the summer was when Texas was flooding. And so as results evolved, I kept looking, and there's a discussion about the importance of disasters, and especially these very localized disasters. And so I kept looking in the results for big impacts of these disaster events. But sort of by their nature, they're very localized. And initially I was looking for flooding effects, which are very localized. And so I wonder, this is sort of to Steve's point, whether we have the metrics that capture, are we looking at the impacts on a sufficiently localized and focused level that we can capture the impact? Or like if you looked at the average impact over a state, we wouldn't see very much, right? So are we mapping the disaster location to the impact in a way that really captures what seems like the magnitude, but doesn't really show up in the numbers?
Okay, so let's let the authors respond.
So thanks to Catherine for doing such a great job summarizing our work, and thanks for the discussants who all along I think have really improved the paper and continue to do so. It's really useful. The very beginning of this paper started with a frustration that I think Catherine and I and Chris shared, which is when we think about the climate policy action problem, a lot of what stymies good policy responses is people will say, oh, you can't carbon price because it'll hurt poor people because they pay more than rich people do as a share of their income on things like energy. And one solution to that is, of course, dividend back the carbon price, right? But another key part of the motivation for this paper was to say, well, not doing something is expensive too. And it's expensive even if you ignore the rest of the world and the global externality, because as Mark Mazur points out, that global collective action problem is part of what's so vexing here. But what's really astonishing, I think, is the fact that even if you focus on US costs, we're conceivably already at the point where our costs from inaction exceed the costs of action. So if you compare the work that's in this paper with work that Catherine and I and Neil and others have done on policy, or with work that Chris has done on policy, the cost to a household of a carbon price on their annual energy bill is in the neighborhood of $200 to $500, depending on how aggressive you are with the carbon price. And this is comparable to the current costs already. So I think that's a really useful thing to sort of think about in terms of framing this paper. And it gets in part to Tristan's point about how do we use this information to build climate policy. I think one is to recognize that, some of these factors are small, but we've omitted a ton of things. And I think it's useful, as many suggested, to sort of try to put an envelope around that. To note that the future is probably going to be very different from the present, because climate change comes with a lot of tipping points. And to sort of think about how to relate that to some of the other estimates. And I thought Neil's idea of relating this to the GDP estimates and doing kind of bottom-up versus top-down is extremely useful thing that we could include in the revision. So I note that a lot of people had suggestions for things that we could add, and I think Steve's emphasis on micro responses is also a good policy tool to think about, what are the specific implications for forest management and things that might be much smaller than carbon pricing versus regulation, I think is a really useful feature of this. And just to end with Jan's point, I think that one of the inequalities that we point to, and there really are astonishing sort of decile graphs, and we didn't have time to show all of them, but almost any cost is really borne disproportionately by the poor and disproportionately by certain regions of the country. But there's a really hyper-localized cost too, which is, you can imagine if you're a poor person in a rural county in California where the fire is, right, that's an extraordinary cost for you compared to being the median household, right? So another thing to think about is how do we as a society build social insurance for those kinds of really difficult things.
Let me second the thanks to the discussants for sure, for both these comments and comments throughout the process, and to the group. A couple specific points. We know that there is non-coverage from insurance and that we're missing that currently. We are trying to get data on kind of value at risk, and so hopefully we'll have that for the final paper. I really like that Wolfram put up the findings that U.S. households are different from many of our peers and other developed countries, that we don't seem to agree that climate change is as big an issue. So part of what, at least I think we're trying to do with this paper is change the conversation from being about temperature, because as you showed, it seems like the people that aren't experiencing big temperature changes are the ones that don't believe it, but just say, look, there are other things that are related to climate change, and those are probably the most important things for U.S. households. I guess a lot of any comment about temperature, I'm just going to say stipulate that we're off by a factor of 2, and that makes our -1 a -0.5. So I don't know. I just think the conversation should be about other things besides temperature. I agree that wildfires are related to temperature, but they're not related to temperature in the way that the most of the literature has kind of measured temperatures. They've measured very, very local shocks to temperature. I completely agree on the insurance capitalization not being everything. I mean, I meant to say that we're not completely ignoring it, but I agree that there are a lot of things that aren't reflected.
Is Chris on? I don't know if Chris is online and if he wants to say something.
I'm online, but you guys did great.
The voice of God.
Thanks, Chris.
Did Chris want to make any other comments?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, let's give the authors and discussions a round of applause. So before we break up, just a few things. First, I want to thank Hawan and Megan for putting this all together. And then we have lunch. So it's a little bit different from at Brookings. So the lunch boxes and salad boxes are on the second floor, but the drinks are here. So you might go up and then come back down or something like that. But please stay for lunch and we can continue the conversation. And then the last thing was just that I hope to see you all in the spring. We have our spring meeting on March 26th and 27th. Thanks.
In the new room.
Oh yeah, we're going to be back at Brookings at that point.